Present.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Here.
Representative Paul.
Here.
Representative Cortez. Representative Perez. Representative Kane.
Here.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Here.
Representative Hall. Representative Caroline Harris.
All right, a quorum is present, so members, we'll get to voting as soon as we can, but I didn't want to take any more time of the committees because we have quite a few bills left to hear today. So we are going to pick out where we left off, and the chair lays out House Bill 4868 as a matter of pending business, and the chair calls, who's our next witness? Becky Ogg.
Oh, yeah. Two.
Two.
Okay, I'm trying to get
I have you as Becky Ogg, representing the Texas Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, and you are for the bill.
That is
All right,
correct.
please share your testimony with us, Becky.
So good afternoon, Chairman Oliverson and members of the committee and Representative Bales. I want to thank you all for the time and consideration of this important issue. I am here testifying in the capacity as the chairperson of the Legislative Committee of the Texas Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, also known as TAMIC. So you'll hear that reference. Let me begin by clarifying that contrary to what was talked about last week in Insurance Committee, that farm mutuals are not county mutuals. We are a separate and unrelated type of insurance carrier. As you heard earlier, there is no prohibition on establishing new farm mutuals like there is for the county mutuals. So the same concerns about market access do not apply. Some background, there are 17 farm mutual insurance carriers that are members of TAMIC. The insurers have been around since the 1800s and were created on a handshake. The primary purpose of farm mutuals was for fire coverage for farmers and agricultural communities to cover property including farm equipment, hay and ag-related structures such as poultry houses and barns, livestock, and certain types of growing crops. It's important to note that certain coverages such as liability and auto cannot be written by farm mutuals. While it's true that some farm mutuals have grown considerably since the 1800s, many of us grew dating back to the mold crisis. Many of our nationwide carriers at that time, due to the mold crisis, actually left Texas, and farm mutuals were requested by TDI to take on some of that business. So we too live and die by what happens in Texas. Today, farm mutuals continue to write these rural focused coverages and do so in many areas where other insurers won't write, simply because of the risk factors there. Many of the rural areas still to this day lack fire protection such as fire hydrants and also don't have full-time fire departments. There are only two carriers, that offer rural policyholders coverages. That is a farm mutual and the Texas Farm Bureau Insurance Company. As a result of those two types of entities being the primary and sole providers in those rural areas, farm mutuals provide important competition for these constituencies, keeping prices competitive and incentivizing good service. As referenced by Mr. Schnautz with NAMIC's testimony, the change in population, Texas population since the 1970s doesn't mean that Texas is losing the need for those types of coverages that farm mutuals offer. It does mean there is a need to redefine rural in statute so that farm mutuals can continue to keep the market competitive and healthy and allow consumers choice. I wanted to address some comments that were made in earlier testimony today. Farm mutuals proudly retain our wind and hail coverage in the TWIA Tier 1 counties. As a matter of fact, farm mutuals write roughly $1.5 billion in coverage. What that means is we do not send our coverage to TWIA for them to pick up. We actually retain and pay for the reinsurance cost on those properties. So as a result, $1.5 billion of property in force means that that is not added to TWIA, which, as we know, there's a lot of things in play right now trying to fix TWIA. Comment was made that there isn't enough data collected on farm mutuals. We work very closely with the state's regulator, TDI, on data calls, and we voluntarily submit data. We also submit data to the NAIC, which is available for everyone to review. Farm mutuals aren't subject to some of the taxes PNC companies are subject to, but those of us who have subsidiary companies are subject to all the same standard rules, regulations, and payments as standard companies. Couple more comments. Farm mutuals
Becky,
are,
I need you to kind of,
okay.
yeah, we're trying
We are-
to be respectful. We still have 21 bills to
Absolutely.
hear today, so try to keep everyone on
Absolutely.
the 3-minute time.
And so wrapping up on that, just a reminder that the farm mutuals, anyone in Texas can form a farm mutual.
Okay.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Becky. We appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions for Ms. Zog? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The chair calls Mr. Scott Kibbe. And I have you as Scott Kibbe, and you are representing the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, please share your testimony with us, Scott.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Again, testifying for a respectful opposition to House Bill 4868. APCIA members support a level playing field whenever possible because we believe that offers the most benefit for consumers, businesses, and communities. We believe Texas currently has an open and competitive insurance market. Not every state has that. Many around us do not. And that's a big part of why the economy of our state is as strong as it is. It's also the result of good decisions made by state leaders. But significant expansion of the ability for farmers mutuals to write policies in Texas cities that would result from this legislation could negatively impact that market. Our association represents both large and small insurers, and we would think we'd see more of some large farmers mutuals competing against often smaller companies in urban areas that are at a distinct disadvantage because they're competing under a different set of rules. This could discourage some companies from writing policies in Texas or force them to change what they offer. This change could also result in less premium tax for the state and less funding for TWIA and FAIR Plan in the event of a natural catastrophe, which means more of that burden would fall on the rest of the carriers and their policyholders. We do not object to updating the statute. Statutes need to be updated from time to time, but we believe this calls for a more measured approach that takes into account how any changes could affect the insurance market in Texas. We'd be happy to work with Representative Bales and this bill's proponents to try to find ways to accomplish this. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. Happy to take any questions.
Members, any questions for Mr. Kibbe? Scott, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Beeman Floyd. I have you as Beeman Floyd, representing the Texas Coalition for Affordable Insurance Solutions, and you are against the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. TCASE is a group of the larger insurers in Texas. Our membership includes Farm Bureau, as well as State Farm, Allstate, USAA, Nationwide, and Farmers Insurance. We are opposed to the bill. We have a longstanding policy concern about bifurcation of regulation. We understand that sometimes companies need to be able to operate under different types of regulation. Residual markets are a very good example of that. We think the farm mutuals in their current context are an example of that. Our concern is that if you have a growing space for a differently regulated market, and particularly one that is less regulated than the other, you create an incentive for companies to go into those spaces. We think the very fact that you haven't had new farm mutuals organized, but you also don't appear to have an availability crisis that at least is measurable in the context of the FAIR Plan or other measures that we look at, means that you're in the sweet spot, essentially, with regard to farm mutuals. We think the danger would be that if you increased the privilege of farm mutuals for writing and they preserved their privilege for taxation, that you might incentivize the creation of new farm mutuals, which would take business out of the standard market, and then you would have fewer dollars in your premium tax, fewer dollars in potential assessments for TWIA and those spaces. And I guess the last thing I would say is that when we're talking about those taxes and a few percentage points, that might seem like a small thing, but as we've talked about many times in many different on many different bills, the combined loss ratios in Texas on property are really high. They run around 100% and usually over time more than 100%. So when you're talking about a couple or 3 percentage points in the form of taxes and assessment exposure, that really is a competitive advantage. And so we would urge caution in expanding the writings of farm mutuals.
Members, any questions for Mr. Floyd? So Beeman, I hear the argument all the time about TWIA and premium taxes and stuff like that, but would it not be a fair statement that, yes, it is true that you're removing those policyholders from the TWIA pool, thus reducing the premium tax, but the farm mutual is essentially taking that risk on, right? Don't they cover TWIA themselves? I mean, they provide that wind and hailstorm themselves.
To the extent that they are writing in Tier 1, which...
Right, which they do. So
Which
you're removing
they
them
do.
from the market, and to your point, but it's not like they're not getting that. They're basically going to a different market where they're getting the same coverage, right?
Right. However, this bill doesn't contemplate just writing in the catastrophe areas. It's statewide.
No, granted.
And so the assessment on the assessment for TWIA is a statewide assessment. So if you got this an expansion of those farm mutual writings statewide, not in the TWIA area, there would be there was a transfer of dollars from standard market companies to farm mutual companies.
So it's every policy outside of a Tier 1 county is what you're saying?
Yeah, those assessments are on the
Those are
basis of your
assessment
statewide
dollars that are
writings.
lost to the TWIA program.
Correct.
Because those folks now aren't paying those assessments.
Correct.
I got you. Okay. Thanks. We appreciate your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Oh, let's see, one more here. At this time, the chair calls Carl Arnst. And Carl, I have you registered as Carl Arnst. You are with the Garfield Farm Mutual Insurance Association, and you are for the bill.
That's correct.
All right, please share your testimony with us.
Thank you, Chairman Oliverson and committee members for your time and consideration. My name is Carl Arnst, and I'm the CEO and Secretary Treasurer of the Board of Directors for Garfield Farm Mutual Insurance. I'm testifying in that capacity today in support of House Bill 4868. I want to thank Representative Bayless for carrying this important bill. Garfield Farm Mutual is one of 17 farm mutuals in the great state of Texas, and our home office is located in Karnes City, Texas. This bill will update the definition of rural in statute to reflect the reality of Texas's growing population. Small towns throughout Texas have outgrown the current 2,500 population threshold for the definition of rural. Garfield has about 4,300 members or policies, so we're a small farm mutual. And many of these families have been with us for generations. We write one line of business. We do not write auto or liability. We have nothing to bundle. We just cover the property, the farm equipment, harvested crops, things like that. Chapter 911 of the Insurance Code requires that 50% of a farm mutual's total policy coverage be within the rural areas. The ability to pool rural and non-rural policies allows farm mutuals to balance our risk and offer an affordable products to our members. The current definition of rural property was put in place in 1973 and originated decades earlier and has not been updated since that time. Just a quick little sample. Our company was founded 127 years ago. We're located in Karnes County, and the two largest cities in the county now have populations of over 3,500. I have to restrict the independent agents that we have in that county that have folks that need insurance. We have to restrict them they have to write a a rural policy for every urban policy. So we've got people in these rural communities, towns that, they don't have a Walmart or a movie theater, would be considered very rural. Please help us to continue to provide this important insurance coverage that we offer our members and policyholders in rural Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. If you have any questions.
Members, any questions for Mr. Arnst? Carl, I apologize, I'm not familiar with Karnes City. Where is that?
We're about 50 miles south of San Antonio.
Oh, okay, all right, great. So South Texas kind of
South
area.
Texas,
All right.
mostly,
And
yes.
and that's in Karnes County?
Karnes County.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, thank you for being here today. We appreciate you coming to testify.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4868? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Bales to close on his bill.
Chairman Oliverson, members, I just appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. This is about affordable access to insurance in our rural areas. It's about bringing statute up to the times. 1970 at 2,500, we've had a lot of growth since then. We had Chairman Oliverson actually brought up one of the concerns as far as the areas that the move of suburbia. So you have a lot of rural areas, farmland, cattle, rural operations that have now been encroached upon by suburban growth, but they still have that same rural need when it comes to production agriculture and be able to have those policies to protect their livelihood, their investment, and what they do for a living. So with that, I think it's an important conversation that we have. I think from the Farm Bureau's standpoint, we had Mr. Hill come up and testify. Actually being on the Farm Bureau board as the vice president, kind of working with that, the fact that I've not actually been directly contacted by Farm Bureau is kind of alarming when this is so important to them. I hope that we're able to have that conversation. I know that Senator Kolkhorst is having the same conversation over in the Senate with advancement of that bill. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration, and I give you my commitment to work with the stakeholders to make sure that we find the middle ground to make that improvement of what is considered rural. With that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Bales, and I think middle ground is the key operating factor here, so appreciate your willingness to work with everybody on that. Members, any questions for Representative Bales? Okay, if there's no objection, House Bill 4868 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4868 will be left pending. All right. Let's vote some bills while we got everybody here so that we can let all of you go on to do whatever else you need to do today. Okay, the chair moves to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1527 was reported from committee. Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion prevails. Members, this was my bill promoting transparency and fairness for overpayment recovery with regards to dentists. This is the dental PPO bill. And so basically what I'd like to do, we voted it out to send it general, and I was wanting to send it to local. So I'm just asking if we could vote it to local. So the chair moves that House Bill 1527 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair moves to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1587 was reported from committee. Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion prevails. Members, this is the other bill that we voted last week that was mine, that you all voted for. It had to do with large group annuity situations and created a modernization for that between these sophisticated parties. And I was hoping to be able to send this to local as well. So we, again, voted it to general calendars, and I was just hoping we could vote it to local. So with your permission, the chair moves that House Bill 1587 without amendments be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Hall.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. Thank you, members. The chair lays out House Bill 687 as pending business. Members, this is Representative Cheryl Cole's bill, which simply extends the period for new parents to enroll their newborns onto their insurance plan. Currently is at 31 days. This would extend it to 60 days. The chair moves that House Bill 687 without amendments be reported favorably to the full House. The recommendation that do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson. Representative Hall.
It extends the newborn enrollment.
Aye.
You good? Aye? Okay.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 2752 as a matter of pending business. Members, House Bill 2752 is Representative Schaefer's bill placing limitations on the Department of Insurance ability to make rules based on incorporation by reference. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. The committee substitute for House Bill 2752 differs from the original in that Section 1, it removes Section 36.004 A and amends subsection B to include D, which is added to Section 36.004. Subsection D references environmental, social, and governance assessments to have the meaning assigned by Section 36.008. Subsection D states that the commissioner may not require an insurer to comply with NAIC if the rule, regulation, or directive or standard that is developed is using a model rating or accounting standard that measures and considers ESG assessments unless the legislature authorizes it through statute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 2752, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
No.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez. Representative Perez.
No.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
No.
Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 5 ayes and 4 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 2414 as pending business. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. Members, House Bill 2414 is Chairman Frank's bill, which does 2 things. It allows insurance plans to adjust patients' cost sharing depending on the provider from which they choose to receive a service. And it allows a state-regulated PPO or EPO plan and self-funded ERISA plans to enter into value-based contracts for capitated rates and not be considered insurance. The committee substitute removes number 2 from the bill. So essentially, the bill simply becomes and allows an insurance plan to adjust cost sharing depending on whether or not the patient chooses to visit a certain preferred provider. The committee substitute also adds language requiring that any adjustment of cost sharing done by a health plan has to be done with a fiduciary duty to the patient or policy/contract holder. The change ensures that anything the plans do that is enabled by this bill must be to the benefit of the patient or the policy contract. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 2414, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House. The recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
No.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Nay.
Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 7 ayes and 2 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 194 as pending business. Members, House Bill 194 is Representative Ortega's bill concerning the regulation of amusement park rides. It addresses certain weaknesses in the current law regarding ride operator requirements, requires them to be of a certain age and to abide by certain training and safety requirements, such as not operating multiple rides simultaneously, not being intoxicated by operating a ride, and being over the age of 16 in order to operate a ride. The chair moves that House Bill 194 without amendments be reported favorably to the full House. The recommendation that do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 1322 as a matter of business. Members, House Bill 1322 is Representative Buckley's bill concerning vision plans. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. In section 12.03, the definition section was changed. The language that said benefit plan and benefit plan provider was removed, and vision benefit plan was added and defined as a limited scope policy, agreement, or contract or evidence of coverage that provides coverage for eye care expenses but does not provide comprehensive medical coverage. Number 2, section 12.03 applicability was changed. Vision discount plan was removed, and subsection 3 was added, which is applicability to health maintenance organizations operating under Chapter 843. Number 3, section 12.03.103 was changed to exemptions. An exemption was added in this subchapter that exempts supplemental insurance policies that only pay benefits directly to a policyholder from being part of this bill. And finally, section 1203.014 was changed to coordination of benefits by primary and secondary insurers or plan insurers, which essentially conforms this section to existing language in subchapter B applicable to dental plans in order to work within certain current TDI rules concerning the coordination of benefits amongst multiple plans. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 1322 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House. The recommendation that do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez. Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 3365 as a matter of pending business. Members, this is Representative Caroline Harris's bill concerning county mutuals. This bill amends the insurance code to authorize a rating plan regarding the writing of automobile insurance to assign a rate consequence to a charge or conviction for a violation of the rules of the road or otherwise cause premiums for auto insurance to be increased because of such a charge or conviction. Specifically, Section 1953.051 of the insurance code is amended to remove language that currently says other than insurance written under Chapter 2151. The chair moves that House Bill 3365 without amendments be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
No.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
No.
Representative Perez.
No.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson.
Nay.
Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 5 ayes and 4 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 3196 as pending business. Members, House Bill 3196 amends Chapters 843 and 1301 of the Insurance Code to clarify that standards for health plans and providers to seek relief from claim submission and payment deadlines amid catastrophic events. The bill also defines qualifying events, waiver durations, and the authority of TDI as it pertains to approving, limiting, and disapproving waiver requests. The chair moves that House Bill 3196 without amendments be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. And, did you want to vote?
No, it
Oh, okay.
needs to go to general.
It does, okay. And the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Paul,
Aye.
Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Aye.
Representative Kane,
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson,
Aye.
Representative Hull,
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 4367 as a matter of pending business. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. Members, it is my sad duty to report that House Bill 4367 is Representative Cortez's bill.
Oh.
And it amends sections 843.348 and sections 1301.135 of the Insurance Code to prohibit a health maintenance organization from denying or reducing payments to providers based on medical necessity, appropriateness of care, or if the proposed health services were already provided before the 31st day after they were pre-authorized by the HMO. House Bill 4367 also bars an HMO from requiring a physician or provider to request verification. The committee sub, did I say I laid out a committee sub?
Yeah.
I did, okay. The committee sub states
Guess
that,
you can lay it out again.
I'm going to lay it out again. The chair does lay out a committee substitute. The committee substitute states that the prior authorization for services requested cannot be used if an individual's coverage was canceled. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 4367 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul,
Aye.
Representative Cortez,
I think you should just vote for your bill before it not goes to local and consent.
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Aye.
Representative Kane,
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson,
Aye.
Representative Hull,
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 1696 as pending business. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. Members, House Bill 1696 is Chairman Buckley's bill, which contains prohibitions on certain business practices and contractual terms to specify the ways in which managed care plans are not allowed to control optometrists and their practices. The committee substitute, essentially, members, was at the request of multiple stakeholders. I will say it addresses many of the concerns. It does not address all of the concerns, but it substantively addresses concerns that were raised by multiple stakeholders. Is there objection to the committee substitute?
The adoption.
To the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 1696 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House. The recommendation to pass be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Oliverson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul,
Aye.
Representative Cortez,
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Aye.
Representative Kane,
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson,
Aye.
Representative Hull,
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. Members, did we miss anybody?
2065.
Is that it? 2065.
2065?
Did we miss that one? Ian's not ready.
Ed's is not ready.
I think I may have messed up on that. Can we,
Can I borrow your sheet for a second?
Okay, it's on our list.
yeah, I may have made a mistake. Let me just see if it's,
Did he have a committee sub on that
let
one?
me check.
See what you did, you broke it. Look, this is. What is this?
I,
think we have a sub for that. Let's see. Can we just stand at ease for a moment?
he's got to run though.
Oh, okay.
So we kind of need to know if we're going to do this or not.
Okay, let's just do it on the formal on Thursday.
You don't know if we have a committee sub?
It's not looking like we have one.
Okay, well, let's vote it out then. Okay, one more, members. Guillen's on the list too.
Ian's on the list.
Gian had problems last night. They said they were not ready. They were working
Oh, he was
on the
not
sub.
ready. Okay, but
Sorry.
Ed Thompson is. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 2065 as a matter of pending business. Members, this is Representative Ed Thompson's bill relating to the non-renewal of certain private passenger automobile insurance policies for the insured's failure to cooperate in a third-party liability claim or action. The chair moves that House Bill 2065, without amendments, be reported favorably to the full House. The recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the general, yeah,
We can reconsider on Thursday.
okay. And sent to the full House with the recommendation that do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Alderson.
Aye.
Vice Chair M. Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul.
Aye.
Representative Cortez. Representative Perez.
Aye.
Representative Kane.
Aye.
Representative Julie Johnson. Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Caroline Harris.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. All right. Thank you, members. That will conclude the voting for today, and we will plan on voting some more bills out maybe when we're on the floor on Thursday or right after. Sound good? Okay. I know everybody's got stuff to do. We're going to lay out a few more bills. What do you want to do?
Is Barnett here?
He's here. He's got 2 witnesses on his bill, though.
Okay, yeah,
Knock him
let's
out really quick. All right, the chair lays out House Bill 2254 and recognizes Representative Turner to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Good afternoon. During the last decade, emergency room visits caused by trampoline park injuries have grown exponentially. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the number of injuries nationwide increased from 2,500 in 2013 to almost 18,000 in 2017. Here in Texas, an investigation by the Fort Worth Star-Telegram found nearly 500 reports of injuries at just 21 trampoline parks in the Dallas-Fort Worth area alone since 2015. And the Star-Telegram pieced that data together based on 911 calls to trampoline parks. These were just the injuries that were serious enough to call for an ambulance. The true number of injured children and adults, including cases where someone was driven to a doctor or hospital, is likely much higher. Injuries sustained at trampoline parks can be minor, like a twisted ankle or a bruised head, but they can also be much more serious and life-changing. In fact, I was talking with one of our colleagues on the floor today, Representative Chairman Joe Moody, and he reminded me that his son Preston, when Preston was 3, broke his leg at a trampoline park because he got bounced too hard and too high. There have been cases of both adults and children sustaining injuries that have caused paralysis, permanent brain injury, and in the worst cases, death. Currently in Texas, trampoline parks are not regulated or inspected. They are not required to carry liability insurance. There are no laws requiring trampoline courts to follow basic safety precautions, and no entity tracks injuries occurring at these facilities. And our children and some adults are paying the price. Now, Texas already regulates amusement parks, as this committee well knows, requiring yearly inspections, including for stress and wear-related damage, insurance coverage for bodily injury and property damage up to $1.5 million per incident, submission of injury reports to the Commissioner of Insurance quarterly, and compliance with ASTM, that's American Society for Testing and Materials, standards. Many rides and activities used for amusement are covered under these common sense regulations in Texas, including roller coasters, Ferris wheels, merry-go-rounds, mechanical bulls, go-karts, rock climbing walls, bungee jumps, zip lines, and bounce houses.
What did you find?
The children playing at trampoline parks deserve the same level of basic level of safety and protection that a rider of a roller coaster or a climber at a rock wall would have. House Bill 2254 redefines amusement rides to include trampoline course, thereby requiring them to abide by the same standards and hold the same insurance. And so specifically, those requirements, again, would be yearly inspections, insurance coverage for bodily injury and property damage, submission of injury reports to the Commissioner of Insurance, and compliance with ASTM standards. Members, serious, sometimes life-changing injuries are occurring at these unregulated facilities, and it's up to us to take action, particularly as they continue to proliferate in our state. And I request the opportunity to close and be happy to answer any questions. There, I believe, is a witness or two here to speak on the bill.
Members, any questions for Representative Turner? It's a very interesting topic, and we appreciate you bringing this bill to us. We'll
Thank you,
definitely
Chair.
reserve your right to close.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls, who you want to do first? Mr. Stephen Palazzola. Did I say that right? Palazzola. I have you as Stephen Palazzola, representing Urban Air Adventure Parks and yourself, and you are against the bill.
Yes.
All right, please share your testimony with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Stephen Palazzola, and I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Urban Air Adventure Parks and Unleashed Brands. We are the largest amusement indoor adventure park in the nation. We currently have 180 operating units nationwide, 42 here in Texas, with another 200 under development throughout the United States. We are absolutely opposed to this bill because it is unnecessary regulation when we don't need it. Right now, all of our parks are insured. Not only our parks, but our competition. All of our parks are insured, and I know this from reading their franchise disclosure documents and their franchise agreements. Every single park, through their franchise agreement, is required to carry insurance. Additionally, every facility is leased out. 99% of our facilities are leased out versus being directly owned. The landlord in every one of those leases requires insurance. I've seen 180 leases for Urban Air over the course of the last 13 years. And I can tell you definitively, every single one of them requires general liability insurance and excess insurance. Additionally, 100% of our parks nationwide are financed. The cost of build out is $4 or $5 million. Every loan document that exists with my franchisees requires them to carry insurance. So while Mr. Turner wants to come up here and paint this picture of all these injuries using data that quite honestly is inaccurate, 100% inaccurate, there is no need to pass a bill to correct a problem that doesn't exist. We have insurance. He alludes to the fact that we need insurance to protect the children. It's already there. Why do we need to create more legislation to solve a problem that does not exist? For these reasons, we would ask you guys vote this bill down and not pass it on to the House.
Stephen, we appreciate you being here today and appreciate your testimony. I just have one question for you. So I understand your facilities are insured, and I realize you may find this somewhat irritating because it's anecdotal, but I mean, it has certainly been my observation, in my child's school and church family and stuff like that, that there are injuries that occur at these parks, and the injuries are sometimes severe, fractures, head injuries, spine injuries, neck injuries. When you say you have insurance, how does the liability work in situations like that? If somebody injures themselves and has to go to the hospital and have surgery, does your insurance policy pay for that, or are you making them sign a waiver where they're basically on their own?
So while there are waivers that are signed, remember that a minor can't sign a contract. So the waiver with respect to the minor is almost unenforceable in every state around the country.
Do you get parents to sign those waivers?
The parents can sign the waivers, but the parents cannot release the minor's claims. The minor still has the legal right to bring a claim regardless of whether or not the parent signs the waiver.
So is it the case then that there are claims that are brought against your insurance policy for injuries that are sustained at the trampoline park? I mean, at the Urban Air?
There are claims that get paid by our insurance policies for injuries, yes.
Or medical?
Yes, sir.
Claim. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Representative Johnson of Dallas.
So you said everyone has insurance. What are the limits that everybody has?
Sure. We carry, pursuant to our franchise agreement, we require our franchisees to carry 1 million of general liability insurance and 1 million per occurrence, 2 million aggregate, and another 1 million of excess. So in any particular incident, you have $2 million of coverage.
Okay, but that's your particular company. What about other companies?
Our competitors carry the same. I've reviewed their franchise agreements. All of our competitors out there, and every one of them carries the same limits that we require.
Then it makes no sense to me why you would, if you're already in compliance with the law, why you would oppose it.
Sure, because this is one of 3 bills that have been filed this session, which collectively are trying to regulate the trampoline park industry.
Well, regulation's not necessarily a bad thing.
Not always.
That's what we're here to do.
Absolutely, but I don't think, we're not curing the bill here today does not cure a problem that currently exists. We already have it. Why do we need more legislation?
Well, then why can't it, then what's the downside of passing it then? That way, we know, we as policyholders know that every child in this state that goes to a facility like this is protected because while I know you can sit here and say you can speak on behalf of your businesses, but I have a hard time believing that you can speak on behalf of every single business in this state.
Can't speak on behalf of every single business, but I can tell you, having been in the industry for 13 years, that I am very familiar with the insurance that's required out there through leases, through loans. And I can't imagine how anybody could operate, get a loan or get a lease without having the insurance in place.
Well, then it shouldn't be any excess costs or anything to the businesses to perform their business operations to have this in place since you're already in compliance.
The definition of amusement ride being modified to include trampoline parks is not just focused on the bill that we're speaking of today. It's HB 194 that we just discussed that says I can no longer use 16 or 15 or younger kids to operate or supervise our trampoline parks. I can no longer use those employees, and they're a vital source of employees for us. It also brings into this other bill, and I know you don't want to talk about other bills, Mr. Commissioner, but HB 2252, which then imposes a subjective standard on trampoline parks, and a law enforcement official can come in and shut you down.
But the bill before us right now is only focused on insurance.
But it amends the definition of amusement ride to bring in trampoline park, and we can't be so focused on just this one bill. We have to think of the impact it's going to have on all the bills that before the House this year.
I think that's relevant.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay. Stephen, thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate you. The chair calls, well, you guys are challenging me here. Ms. Sarah Pugliano, did I say that right? Pugliano, I'm sorry. I have you as Sarah Pugliano, and you are representing yourself, and you are for the bill.
I am.
All right, please share your testimony with us.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Pugliano. I am here to speak in favor of HB 2254. I am a 39-year-old mother and wife from Fort Worth, Texas. By profession, I am a small animal veterinarian. I unfortunately will speak to the significant danger that trampoline parks can pose and that I had no real understanding of until last August. I went to a local trampoline park for the first time with my 4-year-old daughter and my husband one Monday afternoon. I am by nature a cautious person. I'm not at all a risk taker. There were no backflips or craziness. We had been there for 5 minutes when I got on a trampoline and tried to show my daughter how to jump. I went to stop and try to get off the trampoline. As I worked to slow my bounce and momentum, I started to move my body from the center towards the edge, and suddenly I was face down on the ground. I turned and found that my right foot was at a completely wrong angle. I will point out that I did not land off of the trampoline or on the springs. I was taken to the emergency room at the closest hospital. Radiographs revealed that I had fractured my tibia and fibula and crushed my talus bone. The orthopedic surgeons did not feel that they were equipped to handle an injury of my magnitude, and I was transferred to the main downtown hospital. I was told again and again that my injury would be life-altering. I also heard from the staff in the ER and in the hospital that they see injuries from trampoline parks, and I quote, all the time. And one physical therapist in the hospital even told me I was her 3rd patient in 2 weeks from a trampoline park injury. I had a 4-hour surgery, and in the end, I left with a plate and 13 screws, and in 3 fractured bones, and about a third of my talus bone could not be saved. I was on complete bed rest for close to 4 weeks. I then spent another 10 weeks non-weight bearing. I was unable to work for 6 months, and I am still only able to work part-time. I will never be able to run or jump again, and walking or standing for any extended period of time is hard. People assume that maybe I had weak ankles or early osteoporosis or some other reason that this horrible injury occurred while simply jumping on a trampoline. I played tennis. I worked 10-hour shifts on my feet, and I chased a 4-year-old around on a daily basis up until the day of my injury. My doctors state that my bones appear to have been perfectly healthy before this event. Talus bone injuries are prone to a complication called avascular necrosis, where the bone initially heals, but then the blood flow is so compromised from the original injury that the bone or parts of the bone start to die. I am currently dealing with this complication, and my surgeon tells me that when I get to the point that I cannot stand the pain any longer, then it will be time to make another decision on what life-altering surgery to pursue next. I support this bill because right now there's no consistent regulation or oversight for trampoline parks across the state of Texas. In my case, there were no staff members supervising. Most of the complex was not even visible to any employees. There was also no instructions or warnings before allowing us to use the facilities. I wish there had been an instruction video that was required or even offered before allowing you to use the facilities. I grew up in the generation with backyard trampolines, and unfortunately what I found out is that these trampolines are not at all like the trampolines we were used to. These are much more dangerous with much stronger tensile strength, and therefore you can do much more damage. Thank you for listening to my story and considering this bill.
Sarah, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here today. I have one question for you, and then I know Vice Chair Johnson's got some questions for you too. Your medical bills associated with your fracture that you sustained, do you know, was there a claim made against the trampoline park for your medical
No, it's
expenses?
my personal insurance.
Did you inquire about whether they had any liability for your injury, or?
We were told that you sign a waiver,
So you waived your
Yes.
rights, essentially. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right. That's what I wanted to know. Vice Chair Johnson. Yes.
Yeah, so same question, because we just heard that guy come up here and say, we got lots of coverage, this is all not fiction, but you seem
Yeah.
to be pretty doggone real.
Yeah.
And so you're paying for this out of your personal pocket, out of your insurance,
Yes.
permanent, lifelong injuries.
Yes.
And they said because you signed a piece of paper that's it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ask your question.
I'm glad both of us.
Members, any other questions? All right, Sarah, thank you for your testimony today. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2254? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Turner to close on his bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. For the record, this is the first time I've heard from Mr. Palazzolo. Neither he nor anyone from his company or association contacted our office about this bill. In fact, I think it's important for the committee to know that my office actually proactively reached out to the National Association of Trampoline Park Owners. I may be messing up the title of the group, but that's who they are. And we tried to get their feedback on the legislation, hear their perspective, but they were not responsive to us. So I want the committee to have that information. But just to respond to a couple of those points that the first witness made, he said my information was inaccurate. I didn't hear specifically what was inaccurate in what I said, because everything I presented to you is well sourced and well documented. And I think that, a couple points, if trampoline park operators are in fact carrying liability insurance, that's great. This bill is not going to create any additional responsibility or obligation for them. It simply says that they need to continue doing what they're doing. That's great. But what he didn't address is the issue of inspections. And if we're going to have required inspections for zip lines, for rock walls, for bounce houses, which I think are all appropriate, we should absolutely extend that protection, because that's what it is. It's a consumer protection to trampoline courts, which again are commonly found throughout the state of Texas. And, it's a facility that a lot of families, as you've heard from the last witness, take advantage of. But they need to know that there's some measure of safety and safety standards in place. And I would just point out that the global trampoline park market is valued at over $830 million, last year. So I think that by and large, the industry can certainly afford to comply with these very modest safety proposals in this legislation. I'll just close with this, members. Just quoting briefly from this Star Telegram investigation last year. Paramedics who responded to trampoline parks in Dallas-Fort Worth saw injuries including a 3-year-old with a broken ankle, an 8-year-old with chest pains, a 30-year-old with 2 blown-out knees, an 11-year-old with an injured back. In Fort Worth, a 4-year-old received fractures to the growth plates of his right tibia and fibula while jumping at a trampoline park in 2017. The boy now sees a specialist every 6 months. And the stories go on. So I think that, the evidence is clear that there is some danger to these types of facilities. And we need to make sure that they have basic safety standards in place, have liability insurance, and that would provide some measure of comfort to parents and to their kids when they use these facilities. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions, Representative Perez?
Thank you. Chairman Turner, do you know how many of those facilities make everyone sign the waivers?
It's a great question. I don't know for sure because part of the challenge we've had with this is there is some. It's kind of opaque what's happening in this industry because there is no current regulation, so we don't have I wouldn't feel comfortable saying we have a complete picture. My understanding is that most, if not all, do make people sign those waivers to participate. And we know how those waivers work. People sign and think, it's no big deal. But then, and it's not a big deal until someone breaks an arm or leg or worse, and then it is a big deal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Members, any other questions? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
Members, if there's no objection, House Bill 2254 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2254 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3195 and recognizes Chairman Bonin to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. The Prompt Payment Act was comprehensive legislation meant to address claim payments, audits, appeals, and remedies assured to providers in an effort to ensure delivery of essential health care to the citizens of Texas. While the Prompt Pay Act has made significant strides in addressing various issues, there are significant gaps in the Act, leaving providers vulnerable in vital areas. House Bill 3195 seeks to protect plan providers from retaliation that may occur during the contract renewal period solely as a result of unrelated disputes in the claims process. The insurer is required to communicate in the same manner as the provider on clean claims. An insurer may not recover a payment on an audited claim until a final audit is completed. The insurer must give notice to the provider if the audit has not been completed in a timely manner. An appeals process is established for providers who refute a refund request made by an insurer based on an audited claim. The insurer shall establish a review panel composed of at least 3 providers with similar specialty within the plan's network to review appeals and make recommendations to the insurer. The TDI commissioner is required to establish procedures for the department to review an audit conducted by an insurer and institute a review panel to determine if the audit violated Texas law. If the department determines the audit resulted in unreasonable costs for the provider, the department shall award compensatory damages to the provider and the insurer pay the department costs incurred from reviewing the audit. Finally, this bill does not affect freestanding emergency rooms. I'm happy to answer any questions about the bill and would like to reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions for Chairman Bonin? Excuse me, sorry. All right, we'll reserve your right to close. The chair calls Mr. Carl Isett. No Carl Isett. Okay. We will mark him as he was neutral and did not testify. The chair calls Mr. Blake Hudson. I have you as Blake Hudson, and you are testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Health Plans, and you are against the bill.
Yeah, that's correct. Blake Hudson, Texas Association of Health Plans, respectfully opposed to the bill, but we have been, we've had some group meetings with staff on this bill, and I think that there's actually some middle ground. So there's sort of three big pieces of this bill, and two of them, if we could piece them out, we would be neutral on. It's really one that we have a concern about, which is the reason why we're opposed to the bill. And again, I think that there's a way that we can work through it. So the first piece is about these retaliatory actions, and we're fine with all those prohibitions. The second piece is about final audit, recovering an overpayment after a final audit. Also, we're okay with that. It's when we get into the new appeals process that we have some concerns. So just taking a step back, we do have pretty strong prompt pay laws in Texas. And so in a lot of cases, a claim that has errors in it has to be paid and in order to meet those prompt pay timelines. But then later, it turns out that there was the wrong billing codes or a claim was paid twice, sort of things that are inadvertent. Actually, there's some research that said that about 3% of claims, so you got to imagine there's tens of millions of claims every month that are processed, and there's a very small number of those that have overpayment issues. The way the appeals process that the bill establishes requires for every one of those overpayments to have a panel of 3 providers of the same or similar specialty that reviews that, and then it sets up a process to go to an administrative law judge on top of that. We think that that's going to have some workability challenges in order to establish those panels, and ultimately we would not be able to do any overpayment recoveries. Obviously, that's a cost that gets built into everyone's premiums if those overpayments aren't recovered. So we just have some concerns about that piece, and we're hoping that we get the opportunity to kind of address those concerns and be neutral on a bill going forward. So with that, I'll take any questions, but thank you for the opportunity to testify.
So one question, Blake. You said, if I heard you correctly, you said that if there's a claim that has errors on it because of prompt pay guidelines, you have to pay it.
Yeah, if it's still a clean claim, you have to pay it. That's correct.
But if it has errors on it, how is it clean?
Well, if it was, it turned out it had the wrong billing codes, or there was
that's not a clean claim, though.
Well, I think it actually would be. So, for example, there's a fraud piece of this too. So, there was a fraud billing scheme that was happening at a hospital, some hospitals in rural areas. You're probably familiar with this, and those claims were clean claims and they got paid, but later they turned out to be fraudulent. And just because it's a clean claim doesn't mean that there's not an overpayment issue.
Now, and I just need you to refresh my memory, what's the timeline for payment of a clean claim?
Oh, you're gonna make me dig through my notes here.
And the reason I'm asking is just because I'm trying in my own mind I'm considering what you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out, does it make sense that you would be in such a rush to pay a claim that you wouldn't have time to do due diligence to see if it was a medically necessary or covered benefit or?
So timelines, they vary dependent on circumstances, but they can be as short as 18 days. And
but is that not enough time?
Again, you're talking about tens of millions of claims a year. So to go back and identify that something was overpaid, or I'm sorry, tens of millions of claims a month, to identify
that's
these
what
kind
I was
of errors.
Thinking, like 30 days, and I'm thinking, like, is that really not enough time to determine whether it was, first of all, if it was a clean claim? Because if it's not a clean claim, you're probably not going to pay it that quickly anyway.
Right. Well, if it's a clean claim, again, the clean claim issue is sort of not the piece of it that's the concern. It's more that you can have a claim issue and it still be a clean claim. And then that's where the overpayment piece comes in. And I mean, I would just tell you that when you look at these timelines, these are some of the shortest in the nation, and which we're not here to oppose at all those timelines. It's just having an opportunity for that recovery. The other thing is that we're not, and again, to say we're not opposed to the requirement in the bill that says that you can't do a recovery until an audit has been completed. I mean, we think that that's reasonable as well. Okay. And also we aren't opposed to some kind of an appeals process related to this. It's more that 3-panel that we just don't think we'd be able to identify a panel of 3 physicians for every single overpayment appeals process.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, I appreciate it. Members, any questions for Mr. Hudson? All righty, my friend, we'll just mark your chair with your name on it. I'm sure we'll see you again today.
Still working on my
Need your
walk-up
walk-up music. Got to turn it into Scott by Friday. Just kidding. The chair calls Dr. Ezekiel Silva. I have you as Ezekiel Silva, MD. You are representing the Texas Medical Association and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Correct. I'm speaking for House Bill 3195 on behalf of the Texas Medical Association. My name is Zeke Silva. I'm an interventional radiologist. I'm in San Antonio, Texas. And to understand why we speak for this bill is to understand how important it is for physician practices to be part of network. We've discussed this in this committee before. We want to be in network. It has benefits for us. We're able to take care of the patients in our community. They're steered to our practice. Prompt pay, which we're discussing in this bill as well, is relevant to us. As far as closing the loopholes to this prompt pay, I think it's 30 days for electronic claims and 45 for payment claims. In physician practices, we're a cash business. We don't have passive income coming in, but we have offices, we have staff, we have physicians we need to support providing care to our community. So we think these closure of these loopholes around the prompt pay legislation make complete sense. I'd like to speak to the anti-retaliatory component to this bill because I think it's relevant for practices. You know, we want to be part of these networks, but conversely, we're very mindful of losing access to those patients, losing that stream that we rely on to support our practices. And if we have what's in there's called measurable penalties, if we have one of those mid-contract, and that's in retaliation for a claim that we filed with TDI, a complaint regarding some actions, that's a very real dynamic for us. I mean, TDI's responsibility is to gather complaints and act on those complaints because it's relevant to the best care possible for patients and the citizens of our state. And the dynamic for us is real. If we know there's a contract that we're going to be renewing in 1 year, but we have something we might otherwise file a complaint with TDI, we're mindful of that dynamic, again, because for us, it's a matter of quality. For us, it's a matter of providing the best care we can to our patients. And an important part of that is being in network, not fearing retaliation, knowing that the prompt payments are going to come to us as the statutes and the law mandate, and making sure we can provide the best quality patient care to the patients in our state. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Chairman Bonin, thank you as well.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Members, any questions for Dr. Silva? We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3195? Mr. Chairman. Carl's back. The chair calls Mr. Carl Ison.
I was hobbling as fast as I could.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're hobbling today. You didn't go to a trampoline park by chance?
No, I landed on my head.
There's an internal poll up here on the dais about
I landed on my head in a training accident before I left for Afghanistan. Crushed my neck into spine.
Oh,
but that's
all right, so I have you as Mr. Carl Isett, and you are representing, pull it up here.
Texas Association of Business Administrators.
There it is. The Texas Association of Benefit Administrators and yourself, and you are neutral on the bill.
I am, and I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman, in allowing me to speak. So in context, I was here in 1999 when Kyle Janik, you remember Dr. Janik before he became a senator, passed 410, which started the conversation. In 2003, Senator Nelson passed, I think, 614, Senate Bill 614, which is the prompt pay statute, pretty much as we know it today, setting out those timelines. And what I want to speak to is just when you think about the timeline, you have to remember that the provider or that plan has to pay within 30 days of getting a clean claim. They can get a 15-day extension on that. If it's a complex claim, like what we see for a hospital, maybe a $2 million premature baby or something like that, there may be a need to audit that claim. They have 180 days to audit the claim. And then they have to notify the provider as to that. And then I guess there is some sort of recourse. So I understand Dr. Bonnett's need for a recourse past the audit. But it's also, I think, instructive to understand that the provider has 4 years after that from the clean claim forward, 4 years to decide if they got paid the right amount of money. So there is a discrepancy in my mind anyway, as to why the provider or the plan has 180 days to figure it out, and the provider has 4 years to figure it out. So I just wanted to put that kind of in perspective. So y'all may remember Will Hartnett. He was a brilliant attorney from Dallas. And we were flying back up to Dallas one day, and I was going on to Lubbock. And he said, Carl, there is always a problem when the sheep and the wolves lie down together. The sheep are looking for some protection, and the wolves are looking for more meat. And these were bills where the trial lawyers and the doctors were on the same page. And I think that we kind of skewed it. Try to remember, too, that the penalties for not paying properly or paying on time are based on billed charges, not the contracted rate. So the longer the thing sat out as not being paid, the higher the penalty, and it is the delta between the contracted rate and the billed charges. So they can be huge. And there is a cottage industry to go back and look at 4 years late and look at those claims and see if they were priced properly. And then the lawsuit becomes very heavy. And so I just wanted to put those things in perspective to say I understand Representative Chairman Bonin's desire to fix this, but I think you need to consider the entire scope of the bill itself, of the process itself. So anyway, that's subject to your questions. That's all I have.
Fair enough. Members, any questions for Mr. Isett? As always, Carl, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3195? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Bonin to close on his bill.
I close.
All right. If there's no objection, House Bill 3915 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3915 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3359. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. And the chair recognizes Chairman Bonin to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 3359 creates a blueprint to address a concern regarding network adequacy in our health insurance plans. This committee no doubt has heard of this concern, and the Texas Department of Insurance has testified that 90% of health insurance plans in Texas currently do not meet the statutorily required network adequacy standards. Only 12 of the 102 PPOs operating in Texas have an adequate network for their service area. Only 8 HMOs operating in Texas have an adequate network for their service area, and none of the EPOs operating in Texas are deemed adequate. In 2022, the average annual premiums for ERISA plans was around $8,000 for single coverage and over $22,000 for family coverage. Approximately a third of employees are in a plan with a deductible of more than $2,000. Meanwhile, the ACA caps in-network coinsurance at $12,000, but does not cap coinsurance for out-of-network care. And just to kind of reemphasize that, we spent a lot of time, as we should, with concern for the uninsured. We talk a lot about Medicaid, but there's a whole population that pays the taxes that pay for Medicaid and Medicare, and the uninsured pays over $20,000 a year for insurance premiums. And then when they go to the doctor, they write a check. So they're paying for everyone except for themselves in many instances. Adding the cost of premiums, deductibles, and coinsurance for in-network services, a family could easily spend over $24,000 while having insurance coverage, and that does not include copays or coinsurance for out-of-network care. Since the passage of the balanced billing law in 2019, carriers have forced physicians and facilities in many instances to terminate their contracts by requiring a 30 to 40% reduction in their rates in order to remain in the network, with the argument that, well, it really doesn't matter because you can always go to arbitration. This pushes more services out of network, and TDI has little authority to deny waivers when the networks are inadequate. Carriers are not required to disclose that they do not meet network adequacy standards or deficiencies in their networks to employers or enrollees who are shopping for coverage. TDI has very little authority to deny a waiver request when carriers fail to meet network standards. According to the 2022 TDI annual report, accident and health carriers brought in roughly $50 billion in premiums on networks which did not meet the statutory requirements for network adequacy. And this pushes patients into out-of-network services, which cost the patients more of the first dollars through deductibles, higher copays, coinsurance, and higher maximum out-of-pocket limits. House Bill 3359 addresses these problems by codifying distance limitations on how far patients must travel for in-network care, and it requires TDI certification before these plans are marketed in Texas. This legislation limits repeated waivers where or when there are no physicians, providers, and facilities available in a service area, and it increases transparency to the waiver process by requiring a public hearing to prove that the carrier is acting in good faith to meet the network standards. House Bill 3359 enhances TDI data collection and enforcement mechanisms, and it requires it did previously require carriers to cap the out-of-network maximum. The committee sub actually removes that. House Bill 3359 bars health plans from unilaterally implementing adverse contract changes and which makes the contracting process more fair, and it ensures compliance with state surprise billing laws for post-stabilization care for EPOs. Finally, I'll mention the staff has worked well with the TDI and individuals who've brought forth language to our office with suggested changes, and those are reflected in the substitute. This is a very brief summary of what's in the substitute. It's over 2 pages worth of changes. Basically, it reduces the burden of the department by not requiring a public hearing when the department denies a waiver request, when a health insurer complies with corrective action, and when there are no physicians or facilities in a county to meet a specific network standard. It removes unnecessary rulemaking authority. It ensures cancer treatments are available in facilities, and it creates key definitions for time, distance, and good faith efforts to contract. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve the right to close, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for Chairman Bonin? I have to say I'm very impressed with I've heard from a variety of the stakeholders on this, and it seems like we've gotten to a very good place on Bill. I should probably knock on wood, but it seems like it's going exceptionally well, and I'm really excited for you. Good negotiated bill here. All right, we'll reserve your right to close. The chair calls Dr. Ezekiel Silva.
Chairman Alverson, Vice Chairman Johnson. Thank you, Chairman Bonham.
Hang on one second. I have you as Ezekiel Silva, MD, representing Texas Medical Association and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Correct. I'm correct. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Medical Association for House Bill 3359. Again, I'm an interventional radiologist. I'm in San Antonio. You know, we spend considerable time in this committee discussing networks and in-network and out-of-network and contracting, and it makes complete sense because the status of those parameters is particularly relevant to high-quality patient care. And when we think about physicians, you know, we want to be in network. We want to take care of those patients. The benefits are the prompt pay that we discussed on the previous bill and ensuring that those patients are steered to us appropriately. But I think from the plan's perspective, you know, they have a responsibility to their customers. You know, they want to make sure that they fill their network adequately with quality physicians across multiple specialties. But we've shown many times in these discussions at this legislature that the patient's really the focus of this, and patient primacy matters. So when we look at surprise billing laws or we look at prior authorization reforms, that puts the patient in a position where he or she is empowered regarding the networks that they find themselves and their families in. I would predict if you told most patients and most citizens that only 10% of health plans across the state satisfy network adequacy requirements, they're probably surprised. Because patients want to know their essential services are paid for. If something negative happens in their health care, they want to know that specialists are available. So for that reason, the TMA thinks House Bill 3359 makes complete sense. When we think about the waiver process and the fact that 90% of health plans have achieved a waiver, I mean, something needs to be done to restore the balance there. And ensuring that there's good cause when a plan comes forward for a waiver, not just applying, but saying the cause is a rural setting, and perhaps they can't fill a neurosurgeon for understandable geographic reasons. And we think the public transparency piece is relevant. I'm not aware that we've seen the committee substitute, so I'm not sure the status in the public hearing, but anything we can do regarding the waiver process to increase the transparency of that process, both for physicians, but also for our community and our patients, I think is particularly relevant. And when we think about this 90% of plans outside of network, think about what that means for us as physicians when we're contracting on these. If there's no motivation to ensure an adequate network, the motivation to contract or negotiate fairly with us is diminished. I mean, our members find ourselves in a situation where it's basically a take it or leave it plan, or leave that altogether, or accept unacceptably low rates that just can't support the viability of our practice. So those dynamics from a contracting perspective are very real. So the language that's in this bill, not just regarding the waivers, but also looking at what Chairman Bonham said, which are AMCs, adverse material causes, I think that's relevant to make sure that the contracts are fair, the physicians are in networks, that we have robust primary and specialty care, and that the citizens and the patients in our state are well taken care of, I think is a laudable goal. I do want to acknowledge the Texas Association of Health Plans for their collaboration in this process. We look forward to working with them, with this committee, with Chairman Bonin, and with this body to make sure this is done in the best interest of the patients in our state. Chairman Oliverson, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Members, any questions for Dr. Silva? All right. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The chair calls Dr. Tilden Childs. And I have you as Tilden Childs testifying on behalf of Texas Medical Association and yourself, and you are for the bill.
That's correct.
All right, please share your testimony with us.
All right,
Welcome.
thank you. I'm Dr. Tilden Childs. I'm a diagnostic radiologist and breast imaging radiologist in Fort Worth. I am here today representing myself and the Texas Medical Association and the over 57,000 members in support of House Bill 3359. House Bill 3359 seeks to address gaps in the Preferred Provider Benefit Plan, PPO, networks and in the Exclusive Provider Benefit Plan, EPO, networks by, first of all, codifying many existing network adequacy regulatory requirements into statute, as well as by adding new elements to enhance the current regulatory and enforcement framework. One key provision in the standards that this bill addresses is the requirement that all plans offer a robust network of providers to whom patients have reasonable access. Additionally, the bill includes a chart that details express time and distance standards, including those by provider type and physician type. These standards in this chart are largely modeled on the Medicare Advantage plan standards at the federal level, so this should promote uniformity for healthcare insurers who already have to meet these requirements. The bill also sets a standard maximum distance of 75 miles for non-listed physician specialties and follows and allows for the Commissioner of the Texas Department of Insurance to adopt stricter standards where appropriate to address utilization or supply patterns. Additionally, the bill requires healthcare insurers to demonstrate adequate provider networks that meet patients' needs based on both current and projected future utilization of covered services before the plans market and sell these products. To facilitate compliance and enforceability, the bill requires the TDI to adopt rules that require healthcare insurers to submit sufficient data for the commissioner to make compliance determinations. We are concerned at the TMA that many plans in Texas do not provide the level of reasonable access to preferred providers that our patients expect in exchange for their hard-earned premium dollars. House Bill 3359 is an important step in the direction of promoting much-needed network adequacy. Again, Mr. Chairman, and Vice Chair Johnson and committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify today. Thank you, Chair Bonin, for this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Childs. Members, any questions for Dr. Childs? Till, thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you. If I could just say this, the first time I testified was here before you 4 years ago, and I think I've learned lots from you since then.
I think you need some walk-up music too, perhaps. All right. The chair calls Greg Gervon. Greg Girvon, or Girvon, did I say that right? I hope. Okay, we'll mark him as did not testify. The chair calls Jamie Dudensing. You definitely need some walk-up music.
Good afternoon. My name
I have
is.
you as Jamie Dudensing testifying on behalf of Texas Association of Health Plans, and you are neutral on the bill.
That's correct.
Sorry, we have to do a new thing here. So
Oh, that's okay. My name is Jamie Dudensing, and I am the CEO of the Texas Association of Health Plans, and we are testifying on or neutral on the bill. I do want to express our thanks for all of the conversations that have gone on with the stakeholders and us negotiating and working through the bill. When it comes to network adequacy standards, they are definitely a very important standard that exists to ensure patients are getting the health insurance that they're purchasing or that their employer is purchasing for them. I will say that it's important to point out with network adequacy waivers that if a plan does not have a waiver, they are unable to sell health insurance in that county. So it does matter that we do have a waiver process. And as we've heard, there are quite a few waivers. Most of those waivers do end up being in rural areas or where there is no provider available or no additional providers available, and you must receive that waiver. Otherwise, you would be unable to sell health insurance in that area. So I do think it's part of our conversations have been about how do you make sure you still have strong network adequacy standards? How do you still hold health plans accountable to the waiver process, including the public hearings, but ensure that that is achievable and there's still a way to have a waiver. So that way we're not taking away health insurance from individuals. We've also had really great conversations about a number of the other items in the bill around out-of-pocket costs and these pieces. And then there was also a piece in the bill that I want to make sure that's been addressed around having to sell in every county of a trauma area. And I think that's really important because we've seen so many new market entrants coming in that they really have to start in one county, or we have so many community-based plans. So it's helpful to have that flexibility of different type of plan size. We are continuing to make sure there are no unintended consequences, but right now, including on the contracting piece, and just making sure that there are no issues on that front. But overall, we're neutral and really appreciative of all the work and effort that everyone's gone to help make sure it's a good bill for Texans.
all right. Jamie, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Members,
you.
any questions? All right, and thank you for working on this and being proactive about it. The chair and really appreciates that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Dr. Elizabeth Potter. I have you as Dr. Elizabeth Potter, representing the Texas Medical Association and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, sir.
And you've been sitting in that chair all day, and you finally got a chance to testify.
I'm enjoying this.
Let's just share your testimony with us.
This matters so much to me and my patients. So thank you, Chairman Oliverson, Vice Chair Johnson, and committee members for allowing me to testify today. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Potter. I'm a reconstructive plastic surgeon here in Austin. I treat primarily women with breast cancer. I'm testifying on behalf of TMA and its more than 57,000 members in support of House Bill 3359. As an organization, our mission reads that the TMA stands up for Texas physicians by providing distinctive solutions to the challenges they encounter in the care of patients. The last part, in the care of patients, is the most important part. Physicians' responsibility to our patients is really sacred. Our priority is to help put the health and safety of our patients above all. House Bill 3359 does exactly that. It delivers on a number of critical patient protections. First, House Bill 3359 protects patients by requiring that insurers clearly state if any network waivers are in place for a preferred provider benefit or exclusive provider benefit plan. Patients deserve to know if their health plan is covered by an adequate or inadequate network of physicians and healthcare providers. This is critical for those purchasing that product to assessing the value of the health plan and product that they're purchasing and the potential for out-of-pocket spending. Second, the bill ensures the monies that patients spend on healthcare for services covered by their health insurance is appropriately credited to their in-network out-of-pocket maximum. Additionally, the bill provides that there can be only one out-of-pocket maximum for services, and that it be set at a reasonable level. These provisions add a level of certainty for patients in terms of their financial obligation and protect them from surprise medical expenses. Third, the bill adds a definition of post-emergency stabilization care. This is important as a change to clarify that these instances of care are captured by our state surprise billing law. Fourth, the bill increases transparency by adding that annual reports to the Texas Department of Insurance include information on network waivers requested and granted for each health plan, as well as any enforcement action taken by the department for plan deficiencies. Making this information publicly available serves to better inform patients and advocates as to the value of their health plans. Again, thank you, Vice Chairman and committee members, for allowing me to testify today in support of House Bill 3359. I appreciate your work to improve transparency in healthcare and put patient health and safety above all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. Members, any questions for the witness? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3359? Hearing none, we'll come back to Chairman Bonin to close on his bill.
Thank you, and I close.
Okay. Members, any questions for Chair Bonin? Okay. Chairman, thank you very much. The chair withdraws the committee substitute. If there is no objection, House Bill 3359 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3359 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1234 and recognizes there is a complete committee substitute that is being laid out, and recognizes Representative Thompson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. Thank you, member. I do have a committee sub which does three things. Number one, it clarifies that no insurer will be mandated to carry this coverage. Two, a policyholder must acknowledge in writing that they have waived cosmetic coverage. Once waived, the policyholder does not have to waive this, does not have to do this waiver again in writing each year that they renew the policy. Currently, cosmetic coverage for metal roof damage is an opt-in coverage for homeowners. This means you have to add it to your policy. Regardless of how they choose their coverage, many insureds are surprised when they request cosmetic damage repairs for their metal roofs and are denied. This leads to a frustrated consumer who often blames their insurance agent for inadequate coverage. Members, Committee Sub House Bill 1234 would require any rejection or non-acceptance of cosmetic roof damage to be acknowledged in writing. This bill makes certain that insureds understand the scope. The insureds understand the scope of their coverage. It also keeps the agents out of a difficult situation. Lastly, it will help the insurers better communicate their coverages to the insured. This bill would not require residential property insurers to offer cosmetic metal roof coverage if they do not already do so. I'm not expecting any witnesses on this bill. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them now. Otherwise, I request my ability to close.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
So is this similar to a written waiver of UIM and
It's exactly. It's exactly. So much like you know, the selection rejection form that you have to sign if you want to waive personal injury protection, or if you want to waive UIM or lower UIM coverages on an auto policy, that's exactly what this does. It basically has the insured opt out rather than opt in, because right now there's an exclusion that says if there's cosmetic damage, there is no coverage. And most of the time what happens is insureds over time forget about this, then they have a hail claim, and then they make a claim, and the adjuster goes out there and goes, well, you know, hey, you don't have a pierced hole in your roof, so there's no coverage. Well, you got this beat up roof, and, you know, some of these are in very nice parts of areas that, you know, these people want their roofs repaired, and they're upset. They go back to their agent, and the agent says, well, there was an exclusion on the policy. And in one case, I had one of my friends that got involved in a situation. He got sued over it. And what he's doing is every year he writes every policyholder that has a metal roof and reminds them there is no cosmetic It's excluded. If you want to do it, you need to opt in. But this puts a tremendous amount of burden on the agent, and it's just not necessary. I mean, really, all we have to do is just get a signed rejection form, or they opt in.
Right.
Simple.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll reserve your right to close and begin taking testimony. The chair calls John Schnauts. Mr. Schnauts, you're John Schnauts, National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, and you are against the bill, correct?
All correct.
Thank you.
Respectfully against the bill, I will say that the committee substitute, which Representative Thompson's office shared this morning, is better. Representative Johnson, I think you were exactly right. It is exactly like a UM and UIM rejection. And I guess that's sort of our objection to the bill is I don't know where this will lead in terms of suddenly saying that policies have to have specific rejections of all sorts of coverages that may or may not be available. I don't know if there's anything specifically magical about the metal roof cosmetic damage issue. For example, replacement costs versus actual cash value coverage is probably a bigger issue on a policy than this is, and there is no specific such thing that I'm aware of that presumes it's replacement unless you have some specific document that says it's ACV. So happy to continue having that conversation. I will say I do think the committee substitute, as Representative Thompson says, does remove the implication that the coverage has to be provided, which we think is better. But we still have sort of a conceptual problem with the idea of all of a sudden having all these elections out of coverage that have to be separate forms. So happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Mr. Schnauts, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Beeman Floyd. Again, Mr. Beeman Floyd with the Texas Coalition for Affordable Insurance Solutions, and you are against the bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Very, very similar to what Mr. Schnauts just said. I would like to emphasize that we very much appreciate Representative Thompson and his office. They have worked hard to give alternative language. We got to look at that substitute this morning and are running it across our membership. But in terms of our concerns on the bill, it is that same concern that we've had about movement toward a promulgated policy form. I will say that in the marketplace and doing the due diligence on this bill, we looked at a couple of different ways that that cosmetic coverage is offered or not offered in the marketplace, and there are several different ways this occurs. We have some companies that just, it's part of the coverage of a metal roof. We have some companies that have it as part of it, but you can waive the cosmetic portion and take a discount. We have some that have it as an endorsement where you've got the structural policy and then you can buy an endorsement up. So there are different ways that this happens in the marketplace.
Members, any questions of Mr. Floyd? No? Okay, it's just us. Mr. Floyd, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1234? Hearing none, we'll call Representative Thompson to close.
Thank you. Well, I think as, testimony was given, it's sort of all over the place here, and that's what I guess I'm most concerned about is all these different companies have all these different things. And to me, it just makes it simpler. It requires one signature, and if they want to opt out, and we're done. And that way it clarifies this and gets this out of the, once the adjuster shows up out there for the claim and says, well, we're sorry, but, you have an exclusion on your policy and it's denied, that's not a time to have that conversation. So I appreciate the committee and I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, and I close.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Representative Thompson? Hearing none, the chair withdraws the committee substitute. If there is no objection, House Bill 1234 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 1234 will be left pending. The chair now lays out House Bill 2366 and recognizes Representative Thompson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson and Member TWIA TWIA is a nonprofit association operating in a residual market that covers property as a provider of last resort. TWIA is regulated by the legislature and operates differently than traditional insureds, but they are still required to pay premium and maintenance tax to TDI. Currently, these taxes average between $7 and $8 million annually, and they're projected to pay more than $10 million in premium and maintenance taxes this year. Members, this bill exempts TWIA from paying premium and maintenance taxes to TDI. The revenue that pays for these taxes would go right back into the operating fund, which TWIA uses to administer policies and funds the Catastrophic Reserve Trust Fund. The greater the CRTF is, the less reinsurance TWIA is required to purchase. I do have a resource witness here today to answer any questions, and I request the ability to close.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Representative Thompson? We'll reserve your right to close. Would you like to hear from the resource witness? Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2633? Okay. Excuse me, 2366. Thank you. Hearing none, we'll recognize Representative Thompson to close.
Thank you. I close.
Okay. Any additional questions for Representative Thompson? Okay. If there is no objection, House Bill 2366 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 2366 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2308. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute.
3208, excuse me.
3208, it's okay. It's okay. The chair lays out House Bill 3208 and lays out a complete committee substitute. The chair recognizes Representative Thompson to explain the bill.
Thank you again. I have a committee sub, and it clarifies that the minimum earned premium reflects the length of the policy. Currently, customers can cancel their policy early for any reason such as after hurricane season. Seasonal cancellations of TWIA policies create additional operating expenses for TWIA and reduce the available funds in the Catastrophic Reserve Trust Fund, which is used to pay claims and purchase reinsurance. Committee Sub House Bill 3208 resolves this issue by allowing cancellations under certain circumstances, such as coverage is replaced in the voluntary market, the property is sold, the total loss of the property, or the property is no longer insurable by TWIA. This model follows that of many other windstorm insurers who have similar provisions. There's also a provision like this in the National Flood Insurance Program. Members, this bill helps alleviate burdens TWIA faces due to early cancellations. It helps keep more funding for the CRTF, and it keeps rates lower. I do have a resource witness here today. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them, but I do request my ability to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Any questions of Representative Thompson? Great. We'll begin with the witness testimony. The chair calls Ryan Brannon. Ryan Brannon. Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3208? Seeing none, we'll recognize Representative Thompson to close on his bill.
I close. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions of Representative Thompson? The chair withdraws the committee substitute. If there is no objection, House Bill 3208 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3208 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1321 and recognizes Representative Clardy to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and member.
It's a pleasure to be here in the Insurance Committee, Layout 1321. You may recall this bill from last session. It addresses the same need we had then, which is to make sure we get the appropriate repairs done for our vehicles for the consuming public in Texas. What the bill seeks to do is eliminate some of the biggest problems in the auto insurance market by ensuring that consumers have access to quality and safe original parts for the vehicles when they are being repaired. Consumers should be protected by state law and should not be subject to unsavory business practices which can lead to catastrophic events. Automobiles are some of the biggest purchases our constituents make. We count on them to deliver us to our destination safely. After a wreck, Texans have the right to have their vehicles repaired to its pre-accident condition. The Sebastian case highlighted this. You may have heard about it, a tragic case where a vehicle had been repaired. Investigation later revealed that the roof on the vehicle had been glued on instead of welded on in over 100 spots per the manufacturer's specifications of how the repairs to be performed. The Sebastians had no way of discovering these unsafe repairs. Unfortunately, they found out too late with the catastrophic losses they suffered. The case sent shockwaves throughout the industry. Leading auto repair groups stepped up and described the problem throughout our state. These complaints have been registered with the Texas Department of Insurance, but we've been informed by them that they feel they have insufficient authority to address these issues, and thus the legislation. It will take a change in state law to protect the constituents and our Texas consumers. 1321 ensures Texans will have safe repairs made using safe parts and following accepted safety guidelines and procedures. It strengthens our state's anti-steering laws to ensure Texas families truly can make their vehicle can take their vehicle to the repair facility of their choice. It does not mandate the use of original equipment or OEM parts, but it does require the parts used in the repair or quality parts to be proven to be safe. It defines prevailing rate and reasonable and necessary amount to define terms under the insurance policies to remove any confusion for repair facilities and the insurance industry alike, ensuring repairs are done the right way. Texans pay a lot for insurance. We all do, and they expect carriers to pay properly when disaster strikes. Cheap repairs come at a cost. We must make changes in our insurance laws to ensure our families and employees are put back into vehicles that will protect them in the next crash. Thank you, members. I will answer any questions the members may have. There are a few expert witnesses I believe are here to testify in support of the bill, and I will reserve my right to close.
Thank you, Representative Clardy. Members, any questions for Representative Clardy? Okay, hearing none, we'll reserve your right to close and begin taking testimony. The chair calls Jay Thompson. Mr. Jay Thompson, you're with AFACT, and you are against the bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and Representative Clardy. My name is Jay Thompson. I'm a lawyer representing AFACT, mostly Texas domestic carriers. I sent some written comments on the bill to your office, Representative Clardy, pretty much the same we sent last year. And our primary concerns with this bill, he talked about prohibiting steering. Companies can't force you to go to any particular repair shop. The law's been pretty clear since 1991, including the law that's being amended. They can't require you or put in their policy form that you use any specific part to repair that vehicle. Companies make estimates of repairs, and they may use parts that are of like kind and quality in making those estimates. They may or may not be what's referred to as OEM. But those recommendations of like kind and quality, many parts, there's 29 million policies and numerous repairs that are done. Our concerns with this bill is the language that's used is overly broad. It seems to prohibit companies from being able to even recommend repair shops. They do recommend repair shops. If I'm in a wreck, I call my company, I report it. I ask them, do you have a shop you can recommend? And they often do tell you that, and they will often warranty the repairs if you go there. You're not forced to go there. And this bill, I think, would cast doubt on the ability to do that, that benefits consumers. I know myself as a consumer, that's benefited me on that. So look carefully at the bill as worded. It adds some definitions that are not otherwise used in the bill. I think it adds some language that we're very concerned about on how it will be interpreted and applied in making car repairs both more costly and more difficult for consumers. So with that, Madam Chair, I will be happy to answer questions and work with the sponsor. We don't believe that, most of my clients don't believe that claims practices and justices is working in any means that results in unsafe repairs.
Members, any questions of Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members.
The chair calls Beeman Floyd. Again, you are Beeman Floyd with the Texas Coalition for Affordable Insurance Solutions, and you are against the bill, correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we are. We have many of the same concerns that were expressed by AFACT. I guess we would highlight specifically that we feel like part of what we're doing for consumers is working in that tension between making sure that people get quality, safe repairs and making sure that the marketplace is working to keep costs under control. We think this is very important. I will hand the committee for their review loss ratio data for the last 10 years for auto. We're running right at 100% for combined loss ratios in auto, which means that essentially for every dollar we bring in premium, we're paying out about $1 in expenses and claims. We have a particular concern with the bill as worded that when it talks about processes that are outside of that are specific processes that you're adopting into statute, that you're doing a certain incorporation by reference, and we don't know if an OEM would change those processes or make them more prescriptive or expensive than we think is necessary. We would be statutorily bound to follow those, and we have great concerns about that in terms of cost in the marketplace. We are strongly committed to quality repairs for our consumers. We are on the hook for those repairs, and so we would not want the committee to think in any way that we're not committed to safety and quality. We just think that we can do so in that tension of the marketplace and both have good quality repairs and a measure of cost control. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you said that you agreed with Mr. Thompson, and so I'm asking a question for that. I see on page 4 where it talks about offering incentives, but is there anything else in this bill that makes you think that I couldn't ask my insurance company who they would recommend or who they would use? Would that limit them from being able to tell me, oh, yeah, we use such and such ABC auto repair, or you can go there?
No, it's the same issue. It's the vagueness of it in that if we were able to say if a customer called us and said, you know, do you have a recommendation? And we said, yes, there's a shop that's part of a repair network that's associated with the insurer, we can get you in. If we said anything about what that service was in terms of being able to schedule them quickly or some other thing that could be considered an inducement, that's what we're worried about.
So is that the only section that y'all believe does that, which is on page 4 and subsection 4? You think that section would create vagueness in being able to refer to a dealer?
I'm sorry, you may be looking at the substitute bill. I may be looking at the bill as filed because I'm looking at page 3, offer an incentive or inducement.
On mine, it's on page 4.
Okay, sorry about that.
But you think just that statement would keep you from being able to say, oh, yeah, we use ABC Auto?
It may, yes. We were worried about it.
Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Chair calls Chad Kiff. Keefe, great. Chad Keefe, you're with Auto Body Association of Texas and yourself, and you were testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson and members of the committee. This is my third time testifying on behalf of this bill. I've been in the auto business, repair business for over 20 years, and the vehicle has completely changed in that time to the point where if you're not following the vehicle manufacturer's procedures on how to fix that vehicle will not be safe if involved in another accident. I've handed out a document by Honda. This is a 5-minute video that you can watch online, and it talks about aftermarket parts versus OEM parts and the impact it has on the repairs of a vehicle. The opposition is going to tell you that if this bill's passed, that insurance premiums are going to skyrocket. The fact of the matter is there's several insurance companies out there right now that are already operating in guidelines of this bill. They would fall in guidelines. Amica, Chubb, Pure, they only use OEM parts. I called the insurance company, I called Amica to find out if they had an OEM endorsement policy. And the guy on the other line says, we only use OEM parts. We don't do what's popular, we do what's right. That's an insurance company that recognizes there is a difference. Now, this bill is not specifically for OEM parts. This bill basically defines like, kind, and quality. That term has been around for years in our industry and has been used very loosely with insurance companies and parts suppliers. These parts are not of the same likeness, kind, and quality. They're not made out of the materials. The thicknesses are different. They react different. All we're asking is that if you're going to consider those parts in the repair of a vehicle, that it truly does follow like, kind, and quality. And it's a definition in there to provide that. This bill is not an anti-aftermarket parts bill. Parts suppliers that are opposed to this bill, ask yourself, why are they opposed to it? All it says is the part has to meet the same guidelines as the manufacturer's part. So it's safety. At the end of the day, it's safety. Us as body shop owners and managers, we're the ones that are on the hook if that customer gets hurt. It was our choice to use those parts, and oftentimes is directed by the insurance companies. Give you a perfect example. I'll write an estimate, and I'll write it for the parts that are supposed to be put on that car, and I'll turn it into the insurance company. They will take that estimate and they will chop it up. They will put aftermarket parts on it. They will remove some procedures, some safety procedures, and they'll hand it back to me and say, this is all we're going to pay. This is all the policy owes. And that's what we have to deal with. So, in addition, I contacted some insurance companies that offer OEM endorsement policies and farmers just yesterday. The policy was $9 different versus an OEM and a non-standard or a standard policy. So the cost difference isn't that much. That's all.
Any questions? Okay. If I may, on this last slide.
Sure.
Or do you feel comfortable explaining this slide to me, or?
Yes, that's an independent study that Honda had done on the cost of repairing a vehicle in the first collision. The blue marks the cost. So it's using OEM parts versus aftermarket parts. The second part of that graph is if that vehicle is involved in another accident, what it would cost to fix that vehicle. And it pretty much doubles in price. And then the other thing that insurance companies aren't looking at as far as cost is medical bills, injuries that are caused because the airbag timing. If you look at those documents, they'll show you the difference in the airbag timing. ABAT, which is Auto Body Association of Texas, they crash tested 4 vehicles. They crash tested a Honda Fit that had never been in a wreck. They crash tested a Honda Fit that had the roof glued on like the Cibachon vehicle. They tested one that had the front end parts replaced with OEM parts, and they had one tested with CAPA certified aftermarket parts. And the only 2 that tested the same were the OEM one that had never been damaged and the one using OEM parts. So again, this bill is not to be an anti-aftermarket parts bill, but it is to put a standard on what is a quality part. Because right now, the term like, kind, and quality in the field is it looks the same. But it's not made out of the same material, tensile strength, or anything like that. So that's what this bill is all about. This is a safety bill that I said it last time, I'll say it again. It's, in my opinion, it's a common sense bill. It's about taking care of the consumer.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Chad Tormina. Sir, just to confirm that we have the correct spelling of your name, could you spell both your first and last name?
It's TCHAD.
Okay.
and TAORMINA.
Great. And I have you as the Legislative Director for Texas Automotive Recyclers Association. You are against the bill, correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Chair.
so much.
Panel. Again, my name is Chad Termy, and I represent the Used Automotive Parts Recyclers Association of Texas. We're licensed dismantlers in the state of Texas. We buy wrecked vehicles, sell the good parts on the vehicle, which are OEM parts. Just a little bit about what we do. We've been a long advocate for consumer choice and competitive automotive parts market worldwide. Each day we over 500,000 recycled genuine original equipment manufacturer OEM parts are sold directly to vehicle owners, repair shops, and dealers. Terra members sell, as I mentioned, recycled genuine OEM parts designed by the OEM and built to meet the OEM requirements for fit, finish, durability, reliability, and safety. The recycled OEM parts sold by Terra members facilitates a critical role, an economic role in the market, providing consumers with a choice with their vehicle repair needs. Without the existence of recycled parts, many times there would be no alternative part options to an expensive new part. And that's all I have, and I'll open for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this witness? Okay, great. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Ware Wendell. Mr. Ware Wendell, Executive Director of Texas Watch, and you are for the bill, correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. And I have a written supplement, if I may hand it to Jose as well. Ware Wendell, Executive Director of Texas Watch, in strong support of this legislation. Thank you, Representative Clardy, for bringing this very important auto safety bill. We believe that Texans should have the right to have quality auto repairs made with quality parts at a quality shop of their choice. And that's really what this bill does. It makes sure that quality parts are used in the repair, and it strengthens the anti-steering provisions in our law. Yes, the law says right now that you can't steer people to a preferred shop, but I'm here to tell you that it happens, and it happens way too often. And you have a story in front of you from Tylen Helms, an activist with our organization out of Blossom, Texas, up near Paris and Texarkana. This is how it happens. I'll come back to steering here in just a minute. You heard about the importance of quality parts from the previous witness. In the law, and this is the American Manufacturers Mutual Insurance versus Schaefer case from 2003, it says that you have a right to have a repair made with like, kind, and quality. But we need additional clarity in the law. It comes down to fit. It comes down to weight. And then crashworthiness. When I say crashworthiness, we're talking about how that part works within a safety system to protect the occupants. If the wrong parts or if inferior parts are put on the vehicle, in the next wreck, that vehicle may come apart. Much more energy may be transferred into the cabin, into the occupants, leading to much more severe injuries. As expensive as it is to buy a car or a truck today, and as expensive as it can be to repair those vehicles, it's even more expensive to repair a body, a person's body. And so we want to make sure that the cars and trucks are performing as safety systems to protect those occupants. You've heard about the Sibachon case. This body has taken testimony and heard from Marcia Sibachon, my friend. She and her husband were trapped inside of their Honda Fit. They were heading home for the holidays. A Toyota Tundra hydroplaned across the median, hit them head on. They were very diligent consumers. They had pulled all the information. Carfax showed no wrecks at all on this vehicle. They were the second owner. But what had happened was, years prior, unbeknownst to them, there was a hail claim. And the roof was replaced on this vehicle. Honda said that the OEM spec was to weld that roof back on in over 100 spots. Instead, the auto repair shop glued the roof on. The roof is a structural component. If that vehicle comes apart, and that's what happened to them, they were trapped in the vehicle, they were burning alive in the vehicle. This is why this is so important. There were crash tests. I'm out of time, Madam Chair.
Would you tell me about that last crash test?
Yes, there were crash tests following the Sebastian case because, as you heard, it sent shock waves through the system. And if Dr. Alverson is within earshot, in those crash tests, with the aftermarket parts on one of the vehicles, more than 3 times as much energy was transferred into the crash test dummy's left femur, 1,700 newtons versus 400 newtons using the OEM parts, the original equipment manufacturer parts. So much more energy being transmitted into the person's body, much more severe injuries. This is a safety issue. I actually shadowed at Mr. Keefe's shop, which is an excellent repair shop, one of the best in the state and in the country. I heard it with my own 2 ears. They didn't know who I was, but the insurance adjusters were saying out loud, look, we know that we need to authorize this repair. We know that we need to pay for this safety part, the steering gear. We know there's a bulletin from the manufacturer that says that we're supposed to do this. We agree with you. However, corporate upstream tells us our hands are tied. We can't pay for this. So that's why it's so important to clarify this portion of the law. That's what the bill does. It's a very balanced bill. It allows flexibility, but those parts need to be quality. They need to rise to the standard of the OEM parts. And we need to make sure that people aren't steered to shops. A lot of consumers do not know that many shops out there are actually captured shops. They have what's called a direct repair program with the insurance carrier. Okay. So with that, I know you've been very indulgent. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Appreciate it. Members, any other questions of this witness? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I'll be shorter on the next bill, I promise.
Chair calls John Schnauts, excuse me, John. John Schnauts, National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, and you are against the bill, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'll try not to duplicate points you've already heard. 2 main issues with the bill. And I want to say, first of all, we think this bill is a much bigger reshuffling of how auto repair would work than it may have been depicted for 2 reasons. The first one is direct repair. The provisions on inducements and incentives, all that language, it has to mean something beyond what's in the statute now because, as you all know, that's the way courts read everything about what you mean. And we think it will be interpreted to mean you cannot talk about any potential advantages of a direct repair program, which we think there could be some. It also does a very interesting thing in that it prohibits the insurer from offering a warranty. It excludes warranties, but only if it's provided by the facility. So that's another specific point on the inducement. The second part of the bill, and the bigger one, is it is a pathway to handing over requirements for how repairs have to be done to OEM, the generators of OEM processes. I mean, Beeman referred to it as incorporation by reference. I really think that's what it is. And one of the points I want to make sure is clear to the committee is the market you have right now on OEM and the market that this would create are 2 very different things. The market right now on OEM has pressure from the non-OEM market to keep prices under control. If you say it's OEM or nothing and they get to define what OEM is, that pressure goes away because now all of a sudden that is the only game in town, and we think that will put upward pressure on costs. Second, 2 pieces of evidence that I think are very important to show there is not a systemic abuse going on here. The first are TDI's complaint stats. TDI had 588 total private passenger auto confirmed complaints for all of 2022, despite a concerted effort, I would add, to get people to file complaints during that year. It was a slight increase from the year before, but that is on a policy base of 29 million auto policies and hundreds of thousands of repairs. I also think the state of the market is an indication of that. Texas, over the last 5 years, is the 8th least profitable private passenger auto market in the country. If insurers are cutting corners to control costs here, they're not doing a very good job of it because we have a very difficult market in all those respects. A couple of final points on the safety angle. First of all, the bill's much broader than parts related to safety. It never says they have to be related to safety. It talks about all parts and processes. The second thing, it is a curious thing if this bill is about safety, that it is only about what insurers have to pay for. There are thousands of auto repairs in this state every day that occur that have nothing to do with auto insurance. If there's a concern about safety of repair, maybe a bill about the safety of auto repairs is a better way to get at that. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Schnautz. Members, any questions of this witness? Great. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Eric McKenzie. Mr. Eric McKenzie, you are with the Auto Body Association of Texas and yourself, and you are for the bill, correct?
That is correct. Thank you. Yes, my name is Eric McKenzie, and I am here to testify in favor of House Bill 1321. I represent the Auto Body Association as the Vice President. I'm also Regional Collision Director for Park Place and McDavid dealerships in DFW. Well, I'm going to speak to one of the other primary goals of this bill, which is to mandate that when a repair facility is providing documentation of repairs completed according to manufacturer repair procedures, that insurance companies be required to pay for these repairs for the safety of the consumer. Our goal is to remove the option for insurance companies to deny the consumer the right of having their vehicle repaired according to the manufacturer procedures that restore the vehicle to its safe pre-loss condition. The first document in the packet that I handed out that I'll reference is the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers, who represent 95% of new cars and light trucks sold in the U.S. And they state an automaker's top priority is the customer safety. All post-collision vehicle repairs must be conducted in accordance with the repair procedures issued by the vehicle's original equipment manufacturer, or OEM. Failure to follow OEM repair procedures in the course of a post-collision repair should be considered an unauthorized modification of a vehicle and its systems, introducing the potential for bodily injury and death to any future drivers and occupants of the vehicle, as well as occupants in other motor vehicles on the roadway. I hope you also see that these statements are very impactful and leave no room for interpretation in the repairing of a vehicle according to these standards, that it's in the best interest of the safety of all drivers. In regards to another section in the bill, the term like, kind, and quality we're trying to define because insurance companies never have. And so it's been mentioned, the like, kind, and quality parts. We just want that to be defined to be quality and parts that will be safe to be put back on the vehicle. And they did reference some of the earlier testimonies mention price. You'll hear price a lot. What our auto body associations here is talking about safety. We want the cars to be repaired safely and not be told that it won't be paid for. They talked about cost of non-OE parts increasing policies. Well, there's an actual report I handed you from the Property Casualty Insurers Association of America, and it actually says that it will increase premiums if all policies had new OE parts. It would increase premiums by a whopping $2.3 billion a year. But when you break that down per policy, it's 2.4% or $24 for a $1,000 premium. So it's really not that much for a new OE part. I'd like to conclude that with pointing out that while you continue to hear talking about increased costs and insurance premiums, all things financial related, that our primary goal is to make sure we're returning these cars to a safe condition for the vehicle and the consumers that we're here to protect.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Members, any questions of this witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The chair calls Kevin Fisk. And Mr. Kevin Fisk, you are with LKQ Corporation?
That's
You are
correct,
against
Madam
the
Chair.
bill. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Kevin Fisk with LKQ Corporation. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 1321. LKQ is a global leading provider of alternative parts, aftermarket, recycled, and remanufactured parts, paint and supplies, as well as specialty parts and motor vehicle diagnostic services, which include calibrations. We heard that this wasn't against aftermarket parts, but there's a tailoring of the language that suggests that it is. Fortunately, LKQ, my company, we sell like, kind, and quality parts, like, kind, and quality to the OEMs. They are of such high quality, they come with a lifetime warranty. And additionally, we indemnify the shops that use our parts. We've seen proposals like this over the years in other states. Other legislatures have rejected them. including this one in the past few sessions. We don't like a mandated monopoly on use of parts. Additionally, we believe it's the wrong time to pass this kind of adverse legislation, limiting the repair options. It would already exacerbate a stressful situation on the ongoing auto parts shortage and supply chain disruptions that continue to affect new car production and availability of branded OEM parts. As an alternative, aftermarket, recycled, and remanufactured parts are a readily available solution for Texas families to promptly repair their vehicles in a safe and affordable manner. Alternative parts sell for 25 to 50% less than the comparable OEM parts, which lowers the repair costs and insurance premiums. The cost of motor vehicle parts is up 23.1% this last January, year over year. Given the current economic conditions, auto owners would appreciate the possibility to continue to obtain safe, high-quality parts at competitive prices to repair their vehicles. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions of this witness? May I ask, you mentioned like, kind, and quality.
Yes.
Are the parts put through the same safety regulations that original manufacturing parts are put through?
As far as safety regulations,
Safety, like evaluations, testing?
actually we have, LKQ has its own aftermarket quality assurance testing facility. So we do testing on aftermarket parts.
Do they, or can you confirm that the parts meet the same safety standards that are done in original test of the original manufacturer?
Well, we don't test their parts. There is, it's called Intertech. They're a testing facility that they do independent testing to do the CAPA certifications. And so they compare. They're the ones that compare the OEMs and the aftermarkets to make sure that they're comparable.
Okay. Members, any other questions of this witness? Sir, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Chair calls Scott Kibbe. I apologize if I said your last name wrong. Okay, Scott Kibbe, American Property Casualty Insurance Association, and you are against the bill, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be brief, following up a lot of very good points that have been made. As been pointed out, repair costs have increased significantly. We think those costs would be even higher in our state, more to the fact that Texas is second in the use of non-OEM parts. We're actually 26th in the use of OEM parts. We believe competition is always the best regulator of price. Competition providing the parts needed to repair automobiles is vital to controlling costs. We do not believe that our aftermarket parts lack quality or jeopardize safety. It would, for one thing, on a financial standpoint, would not be in the interest of insurers for a vehicle they cover to be repaired in a manner or with parts that make them unsafe or unreliable. Believe this bill will result in increase in costs because it will make it more difficult to use non-OEM parts and restrict the usage of direct repair programs. And I guess more broadly, it really takes the insurer out of the process of and takes away their ability to try to control costs, to try to keep those costs down, just removed altogether. So at a time when inflation and other factors have raised the cost of providing insurance, is extremely important to avoid additional pressure on rates. We'd be glad to work with Representative Clardy, proponents of the bill, and we thank you for allowing me to speak today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony. The chair calls Jack Walker. And Mr. Jack Walker, I have you as VP of Legislative Affairs for TTLA with the Texas Trial Lawyers Association, and you are for the bill, correct?
That is correct, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. My name is Jack Walker. I'm the Vice President of Legislative Affairs for Texas Trial Lawyers Association. Representative Clardy laid out his bill very well, so I don't want to cover everything that he went. But this ends up being, as I sit here today, price versus safety, and I think safety should come first for the consumers. The point of view I would like to bring to you today is that from the insured or the third-party victim of a car crash, because those are the folks that are dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. The victim of a car crash, or whether they be insured or the third party who is dealing with the third-party carrier, is entering into a system that they're not familiar with. And oftentimes they don't know their rights. And there are two important provisions of the bill, namely A2 and B1 through 4 that combine both safety and the ability of the third-party liability claimant or the insured to really have a fair and level playing field as you move through the process. First of all, for the safety, requiring the OEM parts or requiring at least a defining like, kind, and quality so that everybody understands what it means brings apples to apples comparison for the consumer into the process. Again, it doesn't, as it's written, it doesn't prohibit aftermarket parts. It just, again, makes it apples to apples. I think the processes that has been talked about here today are extremely important in that process, and corners can't be cut there. Finally, in settling the third-party claims, by prohibiting steering or strengthening the steering provisions, and additionally by prohibiting coercion, intimidation, and that sort of thing to the consumer, it again levels that playing field. In response to Vice Chair Johnson's question with regard to inducement, Section A3 or B3 doesn't require, doesn't prevent someone, the insurance adjuster, from suggesting a facility. It just specifically doesn't allow them to intimidate, coerce, or threaten the third party to induce them to use a particular facility. So with that, we believe the bill is a very good bill. We're hoping the third time is a charm. This bill will protect the victims of car crashes who are at a very vulnerable state and provide guardrails to prevent them from being taken advantage of in the claims process. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Members, any questions of this witness? No? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1321? Hearing none, recognize Representative Clardy to come back to close on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A couple things. One, I want to thank the witnesses who came here. I think they did an excellent job of explaining the bill to you and some of the finer points. But let me tell you what this bill is not. This is not an OEM bill. So I want to take what the testimony from the witnesses that were here for the aftermarket parts and the other part providers that may have been recycled or reclaimed. As long as those parts are of like, kind, and quality, as defined in the statute, they're perfectly suitable for use and are used and are routinely used by ABAT and the other folks who make repairs around the country. That's not the problem. With respect to the insurance companies, I don't mind them coming and testifying about the bill. I don't even mind them coming and testifying against the bill. I do sort of resent them misrepresenting the bill. And when they talk about what this is and what it does, and they actually mangle the language and say we're mandating things that it doesn't do, that it's requiring OEM parts, and that is not what the bill does, it makes me question the remainder of their testimony and the things they have offered to this committee. So, this committee in its wisdom, 2 previous sessions, and I hope the third time is the charm, Jack, in his wisdom, has heard this bill, has moved this bill out of committee, and hopefully we'll get this on the floor very quickly, because the Texas consumers of insurance products deserve better than what they're getting now. When they write that policy premium, they expect that policy, and that's a contract. Let's be very clear. An insurance policy is a contract where one party says, I'm going to pay for this, and the other party says, and I will perform in this manner. That's all we are asking insurance companies to do in this context. What has changed, though, from 20, 30 years ago is the way that cars are manufactured and how cars operate. These are not pull off a fender and slap a new one kind of cars. It's not pull off a bumper and get a new one and, make sure the chrome is shiny. These cars are very intricate,
well-designed, comprehensive pieces of equipment, and they all have to work together. When you talk about the crushing functions and as the compartment is protected, you take one piece of that puzzle out and the machine doesn't operate as it should. How do you get it back? I mean, Representative Paul's an engineer. There's been a lot of time and energy and engineering by very, very bright people. When they design these cars, they know exactly what they're doing, and it's tested. All those things are done for a purpose, and the principal purpose is to make a safe vehicle for people to operate in their daily lives, protect their spouses, protect their children, protect their grandchildren, which is of utmost importance to me these days. But then as they do that to make sure that these vehicles are safe. So when there's a repair, it is a complicated procedure to put these back into place, unlike 20, 30, 40 years ago when we could work on a car in the front yard. Now, if you don't have the sensors put back in correctly, and that sensor fires a fraction of a second too late, the airbag doesn't deploy correctly, you're in harm's way. All of these things have to work together. Who do we trust to do that? And I will tell you, it's your constituents in your district that own auto body shops that invest the capital and the time and the resources that train people to be certified to know how to do this right, because they know every time they make a repair, a life is on the line. They take that seriously. But what's happening behind them? The people are supposed to be doing what they promised to do to pay those bills. They're saying, oh, don't do that one. Even though Audi or BMW or Cadillac or Chevy said, here's the order, you do these repairs, here's what you must do this safety check, run this diagnostic, cut that corner, don't do that, don't do this. Why? Why? Because safety is not as important to them as the bottom line, as the dollar, as the almighty dollar. So folks, this is what we got elected to do. Come here and protect our constituents. Come here and be their voice, because they don't deal with insurance companies every day. Unfortunately, this committee does. This is what you get to do. Congratulations. So we're asking you, and I am imploring you, this is a bill we've heard, we've passed out of this committee twice. I think it's a very important bill for the people of Texas. And another signal that I need you, and will hope you will help me send, is to the Texas Department of Insurance. There's things I think that they can do under existing statute, which they don't. We need to make sure that they know that it's their job not to help the industry, but to protect the consuming public from the industry, and to make sure that they do what they promise they do when they write and approve those policies. And this is one way to do that. So with that, members, I literally could preach on this subject all day. I might even pass the plate and sing of the hymnal, but we're not going to do that today. Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence. I would ask for your favorable consideration of this bill, and I close.
Thank you. Members, any other questions from Representative Clardy? Okay. If there's no objection, House Bill 1321 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 1321 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1466, and chair recognizes Representative Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll tell you at the outset, this bill isn't nearly as exciting as the last one, but it's a Clardy bill, so we know it's a good bill. So with that, I'd like to talk to you about House Bill 1466, the Continuing Education Program Bill, and this deals with the Texas Insurance Code, specifically regarding fire alarm technicians. Currently, the Texas Insurance Code authorizes the commissioner to adopt continuing education programs for fire alarm technicians licensed by the state of Texas through the state fire marshal. The statute, however, currently states that participation in such continuing education programs is voluntary rather than mandatory. As a result, the state does not have assurance that fire alarm technicians licensed in the state are obtaining a proper level of continuing education. This bill addresses this issue by removing the language in the Occupations Code that makes participation in continuing education programs adopted and certified by the Insurance Commission voluntary rather than mandatory. The bill prohibits the Insurance Commissioner from adopting any rule that excludes a signed or otherwise substantially verifiable certificate or training that is issued by a nationally recognized training program or any training program or school authorized under Texas statutes. So we want to make sure we have the right kind of school and credential and make sure the Insurance Commissioner abides by that. 1466 specifies that although the Insurance Commissioner will still have discretion to adopt rules for the level of participation and requirements to continue education programs for fire alarm technicians, there are certain parameters the state believes the Commissioner should adhere to when doing so. Specifically, the bill prohibits the insurance commissioner from requiring more than 8 hours of continuing education for fire alarm technicians during any relicense period. Remember, I believe we do have witnesses here to testify specifically from the industry that's asking for this control of continuing education. I would ask, I don't believe we have a committee substitute. No, we do not. There is no fiscal note on this bill, I would also add. And with that, I would respectfully request the right to close, and I will answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Clardy. Representative Johnson.
I have a question on behalf of Representative Briscoe Kane.
I won't answer that one. Oh, please, I would love to hear from
So
Chairman.
he asked that I asked, well, because he had to step away. Does this bill force the fire marshal's office to do anything, or is it purely permissive?
It is permissive as to the fire marshal. There's no additional burden placed upon the fire marshal's office.
Thank you.
Any other tough ones?
Thank you. We'll reserve your right to close and begin taking testimony. The chair calls Kelly Ryan. Thank you. Mr. Kelly Ryan, I show you with Texas Burglar and Fire Alarm Association. You are for the bill, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, members of committee, thank you very much for your time and your consideration. The State Fire Marshal's Office regulates life safety systems such as fire alarm systems, extinguishers, sprinkler systems. I want to thank Representative Clardy for saying everything that I was just about to say to you guys, right? Because he pretty much nailed it. But within the existing insurance code, the State Fire Marshal's Office has the ability to create a continuing education program. The problem is it also says in existing code that it will be voluntary. So what we're trying to do is give the State Fire Marshal Office the ability to create that program, but take away that voluntary participation part, because otherwise nobody's going to participate in it. State Fire Marshal's Office, the requirements would somewhat mirror what the Department of Public Safety currently does with electronic security companies. The 8 hours, for example. That's 8 hours per licensing period. It's not an overly burdensome amount for the installers to have to take, but right now, they're not required to take anything. So that part, it kind of mirrors what the Department of Public Safety does, but unlike the Department of Public Safety, this doesn't create any sort of special license or create any sort of special school that is required to issue the CE certificates. So this was actually presented last session. It was House Bill 2885 last session, and it passed through committee just fine. Unfortunately, we just ran out of time, and it didn't get to be voted on. So with that, I ask for your consideration. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, on, or against House Bill 1466? Seeing none, we'll have Representative Clardy close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I once again would ask for your favorable consideration. The second time on this bill, let's get it to the calendar early. And frankly, I will tell you, I'll be alarmed if you do not pass this out of committee. Thank you.
Ching. Thank you so much, Representative Clardy. Any questions for Representative Clardy? All right. If there are no objections, House Bill 1466 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 1466 will be left pending. The chair now lays out House Bill 3942, and the chair recognizes Representative Bojani to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, committee members. Madam Chair Johnson and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 3942. Telehealth is effective, efficient, and accessible for patients who need these services. The Texas Insurance Code provides coverage for telehealth services, but does not explicitly include telehealth appointments taken by physicians or patients who are temporarily outside of the state. HB 3942 closes this gap. The anticipated committee substitute will clarify two things. Number one, coverage applies specifically to patients whose primary residence is in Texas. And number two, the physicians must be licensed to practice in the state of Texas and must have a physical office located in the state of Texas. I'm grateful to my colleagues who have signed on to this bill, some of them being members of this esteemed committee. Thank you, Vice Chair Ann Johnson, Representative Hull, Representative Harris, and Representative Cortez. Members, let's ensure that Texas patients and Texas doctors are covered when it comes to telehealth. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions and would be humbly request the opportunity to close.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Representative Bojani? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Blake Hudson. Mr. Blake Hudson, Director of Public Affairs, Texas Association of Health Plans, and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, that's correct. And I'll be very brief, and actually the layout from Representative Bojani makes me feel, addresses some of the concerns that we might have had. So we just wanted to make sure that the bill is clarified to explain that this is sort of this instance where my wife's actually a therapist, for the record, and when we go on vacation, sometimes she'll have a client that's in crisis, and she'll take a call and she'll have a therapy visit while we're on vacation, and she can still bill for that. When I talked to the plans, they said that they actually don't ask where a person is, but so clarifying that is all within the bounds of state law, I think is a good thing to do. So as long as that's what we're doing, we are neutral. That's all I have.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3942? Seeing none, the chair calls back up Representative Bojani to close on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members for hearing this bill. At a time when Texas faces a physician shortage, we must do what we can to safely remove barriers to telehealth services. I would request your favorable consideration on this bill, and I close.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Representative Bojani? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
If there is no objection, House Bill 3942 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3942 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 134. The chair recognizes Representative Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. For those of you who were here last session, you'll remember this is the baby helmets bill. This is the bill that would require certain state-regulated insurances, including especially Medicaid and CHIP, to cover the cost of childhood cranial remolding orthotics or baby helmets. This came out of committee last session, 8-1, and actually got out of the House. We just ran out of time. It's pretty simple. Baby helmets aren't covered, and they should be. And if you're on Medicaid, by definition, you don't have a lot of money. Each one of these helmets is around or starting at $2,000. We've heard of families having to get payday loans to pay for them. And they're not just cosmetic. There are some conditions where the skull starts to fuse early, which means that if you don't treat it, if you don't fix it, there'll have to be an operation to create space for the growth of the brain. I'll let the smart doctors talk about this more, but I want to make a few points before I get out of your way. First, there was concern early on. We made a lot of changes last session that we create a cottage industry where these things would be overprescribed. We fixed that last session, but we'll do it again. And the bill takes into consideration that there has to be physical therapy in the case of some of these conditions, and only if the physical therapy fails would they be eligible for one of the helmets. We also have the El Paso Children's Hospital, the Texas Children's Craniofacial Group, and Plagiocephaly Clinic in Houston, Dell Children's Pediatric Craniofacial and Reconstructive Plastic Surgery Center in Austin, Cook's Children's Hospital in Fort Worth, and 400 pediatricians, pediatric surgeons, nurse practitioners, and nurses from across the state in support of this. There is a fiscal note, which often seems to be the reason why people find a reason to say no here. The fiscal note is $2 million. It's $2 million over a biennium. It's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not much. A lot of folks don't know this, but Dr. Bonin filed this bill years ago, and it never went anywhere. But he is a joint author on the bill and has committed to working with us if we get it that far. You're going to hear that an insurance mandate, which is the term they use for these kinds of bills, is a bad idea, and it opens a slippery slope. And if we do it now, people's premiums are going to go up, and I'm going to say, we've done these before. We've done them for ovarian cancer. We've done them for mammograms. baby helmets. It's $2 million. The pocket squares behind me make more than that just in this session. Right? And I mean that respectfully, but what I'm saying is that the amount of money that we're talking about is not going to cause people's premiums to go up. We're not going to cause people to all of a sudden have unaffordable health insurance because we decided to cover baby helmets to the tune of $2 million. That is not going to happen. And you shouldn't be scared into thinking so. So I reserve my right to close. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Bernal. Any questions of this member? Okay, we will reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
Chair calls Joe Nieto. Mr. Joe Nieto, you're with Hanger Clinic and Self, and you are for the bill, correct?
I am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and the rest of the committee. My name is Joe Nieto. I'm a certified orthotist with over 20 years of experience treating children with plagiocephaly. I'm a Texas licensed orthotist, and I work for Hanger Clinic in Plano, Texas, where I see children with plagiocephaly. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 134. Cranial remolding orthoses, or commonly known as CROs, are a type of helmet-like device that help to reshape a child's head gradually. The orthosis is custom-made to fit the child's head and are worn for several months. They are considered a safe and effective treatment for plagiocephaly, and studies have shown that they can lead to significant improvements in the child's head shape and overall quality of life. Texas House Bill 134 proposes that the state's Medicaid program provides coverage for CROs for children with plagiocephaly. This bill is a crucial step forward in ensuring that all children in Texas have access to the necessary treatment for this condition, regardless of their family's income or insurance coverage. For the majority of my career, I worked for Hanger Clinic in New York, seeing patients with plagiocephaly. In New York, CROs were a covered item for plagiocephaly under their Medicaid program. This allowed parents to get the evaluations and treatments sooner for their children. This was achieved because pediatricians knew that there was coverage. They were more inclined to prescribe CROs for their patients, and they would do this at an earlier age. And starting at an early age is ideal for more optimal correction. I've come to find that here in Texas, doctors are hesitant to pursue this treatment, and that delay can be detrimental. The numbers are striking. In 2017, before I left New York, my one clinic there delivered over 100 CROs. In 2022 alone, all of the 5 Hanger clinics in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex delivered only 66 combined. We're just not seeing those patients, and they're just falling to the wayside. By providing coverage for CROs, Texas can send a message of support to the families with children who have plagiocephaly. These families often feel isolated and overwhelmed, and by providing coverage for this treatment, the state can show that it values its children's health and well-being and is committed to helping them access the care they need. In conclusion, Texas House Bill 134 is a crucial step forward in ensuring that all children in Texas have access to the care to thrive. By providing coverage for cranial remolding orthoses for children with plagiocephaly, the state can help to ensure that all children receive the best possible care and support for their development. I support Texas House Bill 134 and urge the legislature to pass it into law. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nieto. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Blake Hudson. Blake Hudson, Director of Public Affairs, Texas Association of Health Plans, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I'm going to start talking about Medicaid. Start by talking about Medicaid. We actually wouldn't oppose a mandate requiring this on Medicaid. If the state wants to pay the $4 million over a biennium for this, that's the state's choice, and we would be neutral on that. On the commercial front, if you look at this, if you look at the guidelines in this bill, you actually can go on any health plan that I've looked at, their medical guidelines. So I'm in, if you're looking at the bill, I'm in all the requirements for what qualifies, what constitutes coverage for this as medically necessary. This lines up identically with what the plan's coverage guidelines are right now. So it's sort of, that's not a concern, but I will say, I caution against codifying these things because they change. And they may change to the benefit of the patient, and then you're gonna have to come back and change these guidelines. So that's typically what you do is you would say, okay, mandate on a mandate bill like this, mandate that the coverage has to be there and then allow medical guidelines that meet that. And those medical guidelines are developed by physicians through medical journals. And so the way it is now is consistent, but it could change. The bigger problem with the bill is the payment mandate that is at the end of the bill. And it says that coverage required by this section may not be less favorable than coverage for other orthotics. So most people, when they think about orthotics, they think about orthotics for your feet, right? So a lot of times orthotics for your feet are cheap, less than $100. And there's a health plan won't have a prior authorization process for that, and you're just going to pay for that and not worry about it. It's a low-cost service. But for something more expensive like this, it's oftentimes over $3,000 for these, you would have a prior authorization process possibly. And what I'm concerned about is the requirement that the coverage be not less favorable. You're actually going to end up putting prior auths on low-cost orthotics. So treating all orthotics the same raises some concerns. Again, the medical guidelines piece, it is what is current medical guidelines. I just would caution against codifying those because they change as we learn more about who these treatments are appropriate for. I'll stop there and take any questions. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness?
Y'all are being easy on me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Lisa Abernathy. And Miss Lisa Abernathy, you are with Craniofacial Society and Self as an assistant professor, and you are for the bill, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I brought visuals for you guys. Oh, wait, one more. Just brought examples for you. So my name is Lisa Abernathy. As she said, I'm a certified orthotist and prosthetist, and I'm the Associate Program Director of the Orthotics and Prosthetics Master's Program with Baylor College of Medicine. I teach and I conduct research in cranial orthotics, and I'm also the co-director of the Craniofacial Scientific Society. So thank you for granting me the opportunity today to testify in favor of the House Bill 134. So cranial remolding orthoses are also referred to as helmets, and they're a Class 2 FDA-approved medical equipment. They're all custom made to treat plagiocephaly, which is a condition in which the skull of the head flattens due to several factors. As you can see, this also results in central or asymmetric posterior flattening, but it can also result in facial asymmetry and even jaw malalignment and ear asymmetry as well. And these do tend to stay throughout the life of the patient. So long-term studies have found that asymmetry and the jaw malalignment are also found in adults many years later. Okay. So the efficacy of helmets have been proven in numerous studies and several systematic reviews. According to the Congress of Neurological Surgeons, in general, infants with a more severe presenting deformity and infants who are helmeted early in infancy tend to yield better outcomes, such as correction and even normalization of the head shape. The current helmet coverage by Texas Medicaid is not meeting the current standard of health care. One study found that in the US, patients with Medicaid were 3 times more likely to receive delayed treatment. And of the 21 states analyzed, Texas and New York had the lowest odds of receiving any treatment at all. In addition, Texas is one of the very few states in which Medicaid does not cover helmets for positional plagiocephaly. So as you can see, timing is vital for effective treatment and other head-shape deformities. And I cannot tell you how many times I've had parents crying in my clinic because they could not gather sufficient money in a timely manner in order to treat their child. This is absolutely heartbreaking, and as a clinician, I felt completely powerless to make any positive changes in my patients' lives. So the policy proposed by HB 134 is comparable to the majority of policies across the US. So in terms of the inclusion criteria that he referred to and the associated guidelines, those are actually the current gold standard as established by the Congress of Neurological Surgeons. So the 2 months of repositioning in order to try other alternative methods is always required first. That's part of the bill. And then in addition, it wants you to have 2 craniometric outcome measures, which I have a picture of here for you guys. that we get for almost every patient via 3D scan. So it has very high inter-rater and inter-rater reliability. And this is how we obtain the measurements to document the severity. Okay. So the terms that they're using and the measures that they're using are actually really normal across the board. So in conclusion, I implore you guys to vote yes on HB 134 to provide this necessary care for families that count on us across Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Member, any questions? Thank you so much for being here. Chair calls Shanae Tracy. Okay, great. And Shanae Tracy, you are Director of Government Affairs, Guidestone Financial Resources of the Southern Baptist Convention, and you are against the bill, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Johnson, Representative Bernal, and members of the committee. My name is Shanae Tracy, Director of Government Affairs for Guidestone Financial Resources of the Southern Baptist Convention. Guidestone offers health and retirement benefits in the form of self-funded group plans to churches, mission-sending organizations, and other faith-aligned ministries. Guidestone is recognized as a church benefits board under federal and Texas law. I'm testifying today to respectfully oppose House Bill 134 because church benefit boards like Guidestone are exempt from Texas Insurance Code, from the ACA in certain respects, and state insurance licensing and solvency requirements under federal law. Church benefit boards like Guidestone have been exempt from Texas Insurance Code for nearly 4 decades because of the unique plan needs of its faith-based participants. As a substantive matter, Guidestone understands the importance of the bill as we already adhere to the cranial remoting requirements of the bill. So we already provide this coverage and understand the importance of the bill, and our reasoning for opposing it is just a global issue with protecting the exemption of church benefit boards. We are the largest church benefit board in Texas and therefore believe the mandate imposed by this bill is unnecessary and erodes the longstanding church benefit board's exemption in Texas law. Additionally, church benefit boards generally should not be included in health insurance related legislation because each time they are and bills pass, the carefully considered and longstanding exemption is eroded. And the more the exemption is eroded, the less church benefit boards will be able to provide unique, comprehensive, value-filled, cost-effective, and faith-based healthcare solutions to their clergy and denominational participants. We asked the committee to protect the exemption for church benefit boards. We reached out to Rep. Bernal's office, and we seek to continue communication efforts in the development of this bill. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony. Chair calls Justin Pfaff. Did I say that right? Okay, great. Justin Pfaff, Vice President, Hanger Clinic and Self Orthotist, and you are for the bill, correct?
That is correct. Thank you for giving me time today to express my support of House Bill 134. My name is Justin Pfaff. As stated earlier, I'm the Regional Vice President of Hanger Clinic, a nationwide clinical provider of orthotic and prosthetic care that is based here in Austin, Texas. I am a board-certified orthotist, but my key responsibility is operating our 55 clinics across the state of Texas that treat over 50,000 Texans every year. I have firsthand seen both clinical and financial hardships that Medicaid non-coverage of cranial remolding helmets have created for families in the state of Texas. Parents struggle to understand why their physician would recommend a treatment that is non-covered for their 5-month-old after being told they have a cranial deformity that is unlikely to resolve itself without treatment. Further consternation is created when they are told the fact that a window of treatment exists, and if they miss that window of treatment, their child will live with a cranial and facial deformity. Families also struggle to understand why these treatments are approved for babies with surgical diagnoses. And in fact, when they reach out to Medicaid, they're often told that the L code is covered, but they have left out the fact that the diagnosis that their child has is not covered. This is difficult news to hear when you're holding a young child in your arms and you're forced to choose between their medical treatment or housing and food, as these families are the most economically challenged within our state. Many physicians are unaware that this treatment is not available for Texas Medicaid recipients, as it is the standard of care that is covered in most other states. So they order these devices without knowing the burden they're putting these families under. As a large organization, Hanger Clinic oftentimes provides this service as a charity resolution, but unfortunately the need is too large across the state of Texas for every family to be serviced. I urge you to vote yes on House Bill 134, as it will positively affect the lives of families across the state and increase access to care. Please don't let another child go untreated. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony. That's it. Is there anybody else who wishes? And your name? Hold on one second. Are you registered?
Yes, I am.
Okay, your name?
Ben Wright.
Okay, hold on one second. Let us find you.
I'm registered, but it didn't ask for my name.
So we,
He has to go register.
yeah. If you will, if you can please re-register, that'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against? I see him as registered not. Can we change it? Okay. Mr. Wright, if you'll come up. We do have you in, but you're registered as not wanting to testify. Are you Ben Wright?
I am.
With the Texas Medical Association, and are you in favor of the bill?
Yes, I am.
And may we change it to show that you do wish to testify?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Ben Wright. I am a practicing orthotist and prosthetist here in Austin. I work for Ottobock Care and also for Baylor College of Medicine. I also have 2 children who have been affected by plagiocephaly. And so one of the reasons I wanted to testify today was to provide more of a parenting perspective on this. So my son was diagnosed with brachycephaly, which is basically a flattening of the back of the head rather than asymmetrical plagiocephaly, not to get in the weeds. And I was actually in school learning about plagiocephaly and brachycephaly at the time that he developed this deformity. And so we went to see a neurosurgeon, and the neurosurgeon said he doesn't need any treatment, he'll grow out of it.
Hold on one second, Mr. Wright.
His name is Ben Wright.
Ben Wright.
And you represent?
Mr. Wright, you are Ben Wright?
I am.
W-R-I-G-H-T.
WRGHT.
Are you testifying on behalf of yourself or the Texas Medical Association?
On behalf of myself.
Okay. Can we change that for you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hold on one second.
So there is a Ben Wright with the Texas Medical Association. Okay, so.
Do we have another Ben Wright in the audience with the Texas Medical Association? He's in another building. Okay. All right. What are the odds? I might. Can you do me a favor? Can you register real quick and we'll come right back?
Yes.
So we're going to stand at ease.
I'm sorry.
The chair calls Ben Wright, CPO, testifying for yourself, and you are for the bill, correct?
Yes, that is
Thank
correct.
you.
And as is probably obvious, it is my first time here, so I apologize for my lack of completing of protocol. So, as I was saying, my older son was diagnosed with this condition, and we went to see a doctor about it. They said that he did not need a cranial remolding orthosis, so we accepted his recommendation. My son continues to have a flattened spot at the back of his skull. My youngest daughter now, when she was about 3 months old, she started to develop some plagiocephaly that I noticed myself. Again, this is my job, right? So I'm somewhat hypersensitive about it. And so she developed this condition, but luckily my wife is a stay-at-home mom, and with a very diligent positioning regimen, we were able to prevent the progression of her plagiocephaly to the point that she did not need a cranial remolding orthosis. So as far as this bill is concerned, Medicaid patients or families that have Medicaid often both parents work. It's very difficult in order for them to provide that type of treatment regimen or positioning regimen in order to prevent plagiocephaly from developing to the point that they need a device. So in the absence of that type of time, this bill would provide plagiocephaly treatment in the form of cranial remolding orthoses for those children that have these deformities. And it is sorely needed, as has been very succinctly described by my colleagues. So if you have any further questions, I appreciate, again, your patience, and I apologize.
Members, any questions of this witness? Okay. Mr. Ben Wright, CPO, thank you very much for your in-person testimony. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
And for purposes of the record, Ben Wright with the Texas Medical Association is for the bill, but has registered not to testify, and we have not heard from that Ben Wright. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 134? Seeing none, we'll recall Representative Bernal to close on his bill.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Crownover, for walking the witnesses through that. I appreciate that very much. No, it's not easy, and I appreciate it. Just a few quick notes before I close. The first is the clinical definitions that were mentioned earlier are there precisely because we're trying to prevent the overprescription of the helmets. There's a concern that we'd create a cottage industry of people overprescribing them and then taking advantage of what we're trying to do. And so those definitions are there to prevent that. If there's another way to do that, to accomplish the goal, but do it in a way that makes people more comfortable without sacrificing coverage, happy to do that. I think the last one of these I did was for mammography, and we did carve out the church groups. We're happy to talk about that again. And if I wasn't clear before, these helmets are for children 18 months and younger. That is the window of opportunity here. So if there are any questions for me, happy to take them. Otherwise, I'll close.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
If there is no objection, House Bill 134 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 134 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4713. The chair recognizes Representative Plessett to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of this committee. I am honored to lay out House Bill 4713 before you today. House Bill 4713 provides insurance coverage for coordinated specialty care, which is a term of clinical professionals who provide holistic mental health treatment and is considered the golden standard for treatment of first episode psychosis, or FEP. The goal of coordinated specialty care is to identify young people in the early stages of psychosis, minimize barriers to treatment, and facilitate successful engagement in treatment while facilitating resilience. CSCs have been shown to increase treatment retention, reduce symptoms, and decrease future psychiatric hospitalization. It is cost-effective, promotes patient choice, and improves the quality of life and mental health outcomes of individuals experiencing FEP. House Bill 4713 seeks to expand the capacity for FEP treatment. Currently, the state level capacity can only meet about 35% of individuals in need. Members, I know mental health is a priority not just for me, but for all of us this session. For every member of the House, the Senate, the Lieutenant Governor's Office, and the Governor's Office. During the interim, Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Phelan, Senator Huffman, and Chairman Bonin put close to $1 million in funding more coordinated specialty care teams. This session is the first time there has been a dedicated line item for coordinated specialty care in both HB1 and SB1, demonstrating both chambers' commitment to funding CSCs and our approval of this golden standard for treatment model. We have recognized the importance and effectiveness of the CSC treatment model, and now we're boosting our investment in coordinated specialty care. As we increase the number of teams and providers that become available, we have to make sure that patients seeking this service have the insurance that will cover this treatment. This is the purpose of the bill, to require coverage for CSC treatment. I believe this treatment is a worthy cause for coverage. This is going to help address the mental health crisis in our state and is something we've already identified as worthy of our investment. Members, right now, on average, 3,000 Texas children experience FEPs each year. A majority of those who seek care are uninsured and have their treatments covered by federal mental health block grants. Those patients who do have insurance often run into issues with their insurance coverage, and providers also express frustration with the current billing and coding situation, leaving many elements of CSCs uncovered. The current reimbursement methodology using multiple billing codes pays for each service individually under the existing fee schedule for an individual practitioner clinic model. The current reimbursement rates are set using office-based assumptions that all services are being provided face-to-face, which excludes essential elements of the CSC evidence-based model. As a result, the traditional fee schedule does not reimburse adequately for CSC model. This effectively undercompensates the model that provides the most efficient, most effective interventions for a condition that can be quite costly to treat. The Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute published a report on payment strategies for CSC care, and they believe that a single billing code will simplify the billing permit issuers and set a valuation of the model that encompasses all key elements of CSCs. House Bill 4713 allows TDI to establish a work group, which includes group health plan providers and provides a recommendation on coding solutions. Elected leaders on every level are pushing this issue. The big city mayors of Texas have published a letter calling for more coordinated specialty care access, and I would like to read you a short sentence from that letter that stuck out to me. We know firsthand how lack of access to services leaves our local police departments as the primary safety net mental health provider for too many Texans. People living with mental health conditions need access to mental health services, and our police need to be able to better focus on public safety. My mayor in Plano, Mayor Munns, signed on to that letter, as well as mayors from every region in our states, including Amarillo, Lubbock, Fort Worth, Sugar Land, and more. This is not just a big city issue. The city of Uvalde has also dropped the card in favor of this bill because for the most tragic reason, they know why coordinated specialty care is beneficial and why it should be covered under insurance plans. Members, I emphasize to you that this has been a collaborative effort from the governor's office, the lieutenant governor's office, the speaker's office, and both the House and Senate chambers. The work and investments that have gone into making coordinated specialty care available across our state has been no small feat. However, members, we can fund all the teams we need, but it won't matter if patients can't access care because of gaps in insurance coverage. This bill would make this care more accessible and affordable. House Bill 4713 is harmonious with the efforts of our state's leadership and will close the loopholes and gaps in coverage as it relates to coordinated specialty care. House Bill 4713 is the missing piece we need to adequately address our mental health crisis in Texas. Chairwoman, members, I have some witnesses here to testify, and with that, I reserve my right to close.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll reserve your right to close. The chair calls Julie Gergois. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Julie Gergois.
Gergis.
Yes. With Integral Care, and you are for the bill, correct? Thank you. Sorry to mispronounce your name.
No, not at
So
all.
sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Gergis, and I am representing Integral Care, the local mental health authority in Travis County. We support adults and children living with mental illness, substance use disorder, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. I am testifying today on House Bill 4713 because we see it as a means to expand access to a valuable service for children who are experiencing a serious mental health condition. A condition without effective treatment can be detrimental, can have a detrimental impact to the trajectory of their lives. One of our specialized mental health teams at Integral Care serves youth ages 15 to 30 years of age who have experienced their first episode of psychosis in the last 2 years. The team serves these youth utilizing a coordinated specialty care team, a CSC. This team consists of medical providers such as psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, a primary clinician, a peer support specialist who has lived experience themselves, a supportive employment and education specialist, and a family partner who also has lived experience with having a family member with a mental illness. These youth have their whole lives ahead of them, and our teams support them to achieve their goals and to be a part of the communities that they live in. In the past few years, our team has supported and guided our youth through the completion of high school, college, trade school, including culinary school, obtaining jobs, obtaining promotions within their jobs, returning to medical school in some cases, and developing fulfilling relationships with their families. There is a strong need in this area, and many times our team carries an interest list of youth waiting for a spot to open up so that they could join the team. There is a definite need in our communities to provide more access to these programs. Research shows that reducing the duration of untreated psychosis results in better outcomes. According to the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, options for improving CSC access include expansion through general revenue, adding CSC as a Medicaid bundle with adoption of a procedure code, and requiring private insurance to provide coverage for CSC. All these options support improving access to such vital, life-changing services for our youth. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and your continued investment in mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your
Thank
testimony.
you. I appreciate it.
Chair calls Blake Hudson. Blake Hudson, Director of Public Affairs, Texas Association of Health Plans, and you are against the bill, correct?
That is correct. And I lost Jose, so.
Thank you.
So a couple things here. Including in the testimony on the second pages, I included a report from a group in California. Actually, Representative Paul, you have been supportive of this concept, and that is having an independent review for benefit mandates. And California has one. It's an independent group that's done through the UC Berkeley, and they had the same mandate. And if you look at that report, on the left side, they sort of have an at a glance where they summarize what was about a 40-page report with another 30 pages of appendices. And they say that this mandate for the benefit of 5,000 people would cost $70 million. But they also, and this is more important, they say it does not appear to be more effective than outpatient treatment as usual for other outcomes. So the state has a robust mental health pay parity law, which includes outpatient services. So a person can get unlimited outpatient services, essentially, and that's how most people get care right now. The state also looked at this specific program as the agency brought a budget writer a couple sessions ago, and this for another $20 million to fund these programs. The state decided not to do that. Now, we would support the state making that investment, but what I want to tell you is that this care is provided essentially through the LMHAs around the state, and they are very maxed out on, and they do see patients that are uninsured, Medicaid, Medicare, and private insurance, and they can bill private insurance, but those services are maxed out, and I have some concerns about just where this provider is going to come from, in addition to what we learned from the California report that says that it's actually not clear that this specific model of care is better than the outpatient care people are getting right now. I would caution against mandating, again, a very specific type of care, a model of care in the legislation when there are others that are available. So a couple other quick things. So another issue that's really interesting on this is when I looked at coverage churn. So a patient with first episode psychosis will often lose their health coverage because they'll lose their job. And what the LMHAs are able to do is they continue that care regardless of where you get your coverage from. So I would encourage that the state really look more at providing some funding for LMHAs to further provide these services and build out providers to provide these services. But I do have concerns with the bill as filed and the ability to make it work and the costs associated with it, particularly given what other states are saying about outcomes. I'll stop there and take any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Mr. Hudson? Thank you so much for your testimony. Chair calls Greg Hanch. How do you say your last name? Hanch. Greg Hanch, National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, Texas. And you are for the bill, correct? Correct. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Greg Hanch, Executive Director of NAMI Texas, in support of the bill. Members, this is an opportunity to be on the cutting edge of community mental health care. It is no secret that there is a youth and young adult mental health crisis, and there are no easy fixes to that problem. However, early psychosis intervention is backed by decades of research and nearly 10 years of community-level implementation in Texas. Contrary to what the prior witness said, this care is substantially better than run-of-the-mill community-based outpatient mental health care, and the research proves that. The momentum behind this intervention is so significant that the highest levels of leadership in our state have moved decisively to expand access to it. We know through empirical research that CSC keeps young people experiencing psychosis in school and reduces unemployment. It improves interpersonal relationships, and it reduces the risk of violence. The rate of homicide for a person experiencing a first episode of psychosis is 15 times the annual rate after people are treated. The LMHAs in Texas have been an extraordinary partner in making this service available in many communities across the state. And if the LMHAs are, quote, maxed out, then why are they supporting this bill? Texas started with 2 CSC teams in 2015. Now we have 42 of them. We need 100 of them. That's the estimate. Unfortunately, the financing mechanisms make it difficult to sustain these programs. CSC is funded through a finite pool of federal resources and piecemeal billing for certain elements. Several of the elements of CSC are generally not billable in commercial insurance. These include family education and support, supported education and employment, and outreach. CSC is team-based care, and team-based billing makes sense for it. Team-based billing is what we do for intensive outpatient. It's what we do for collaborative care. It's what we do for cardiac and stroke rehab programs. I understand the concerns about mandates. I would make a few points in response to that. School safety is an emergency item in this legislative session. Point 2, 3,000 people per year experiencing a first episode of psychosis, but that's ages 15 to 35. This bill only goes up to the age of 26. 42% of the people in CSC programs are uninsured. The bill wouldn't apply to them. So a huge portion of that 3,000 people experiencing a first episode of psychosis are uninsured, and the bill doesn't affect them. So we're talking about a relatively small group of people, and that small group of people is among the most vulnerable people we have in our society. These are young Texans who are experiencing profound distress, delusions, and hallucinations as a result of a mental health condition. These are the people who are ending up in our safety net programs. These are the people who are ending up in the hospital. And without access to CSC, the default treatment for this population often ends up being the hospital. We can do better than that. I would lastly make the point that a lot of the services within CSC are already being billed for. There are a few elements that are generally not billable. So the $70 million figure that was thrown out about the cost of this bill just does not pass muster in terms of what this bill would actually cost to the state. We have substantial federal funding that has brought 42 teams online, plus the commercial insurance billing for it. And now we need to close the gap by making this a team-based billable service in the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Of course, thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay. Does anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4713? Hearing none, call back up Representative Plessa to close on her bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and members for giving me the opportunity to lay out 4713 before you. I want to thank the witnesses for coming and testifying. I just want to provide some clarity. LMHAs, they're for this bill. They express support for this legislation. They believe that it will allow us to serve a larger population of people who need and cannot access the service. This is not a provider shortage. Our state has made a lot of investments in bringing these clinics to us. This is a coverage problem. This is the lack in coverage. So people can't afford to pay for these services, essentially. Also, the Berkeley study, I don't know what California is doing, but my bill does not have a fiscal note. So this has no cost to the state. So there's no fiscal note. The LMHAs want this bill. I'll answer any questions, and with that, close.
Thank you, members. Any questions of Representative Plessa? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hearing no objection, or if there is no objection, House Bill 4713 will be left pending. Hearing no objection, House Bill 4713 will be left pending. Thank you very much. Where is she?
It should be towards the end.
No.
Oh.
I'll go with Chris. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 3194. The chair recognizes Representative Perez to explain the bill.
Vice Chair Johnson and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 3194 before you today. This bill is a recommendation from the TWIA biannual report, so it's quite simple. House Bill 3194 limits automatic renewals on the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association policies to residential property policies. This will remove commercial property policies from the automatic renewal process. Automatic renewals for residential and commercial property policies have been available to TWIA policyholders since January of 2020. There are a few changes with residential properties, so this model will work well. However, due to the complexities of commercial properties and the more dynamic nature of property and coverage needs in the commercial insurance market, commercial policy holders may be better served by a traditional non-automatic renewal process that requires the assistance of an agent. Insurance agents working with commercial clients before renewing policies will limit the number of errors and improve efficiencies at TWIA. With us here today, we have Reagan Elmer with the Independent Insurance Agents of Texas to speak in favor of the bill. I believe that we also have a TWIA representative here as a resource witness to answer any questions you may have. So with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully request the right to close.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of Representative Perez? Hearing no questions, we'll reserve your right to close and begin taking testimony. The chair calls Reagan Elmer. And Reagan Elmer, Director of Government Affairs, Independent Insurance Agents of Texas, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am, I sure am. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Representative Perez, thank you for filing this great piece of TWIA legislation that, as you mentioned, is part of their biennial recommendation. I don't know how much witness testimony we really need. All of you have signed on to the bill, so it seems like it's in really good shape. Representative Perez did a great job laying out this bill. It's really, excuse me, it's really just meant to continue allowing residential properties to automatically renew for those who choose to do so, but it prohibits commercial from doing that. So it streamlines TWIA's process so we don't have to go in and fix commercial plans that got renewed automatically that really had a change that they forgot to make. And so this eliminates the commercial process, and the commercial process would have to still go through an agent.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3194? Hearing none, the chair calls back Representative Perez to close.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time, and I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. And with that, Madam Chair, I close.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions of Representative Perez? Okay. If there is no objection, House Bill 3194 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3194 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3821 and recognizes Representative Perez to explain the bill.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Vice, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 3821 before you today. This bill also is a recommendation from the TWIA biennial report. HB 3821 allows the TWIA to implement agent requirements and performance standards for insurance agents who write TWIA policies. Unlike many other insurance companies, TWIA does not appoint agents, nor do agents contract with TWIA. Any property agent licensed in Texas can write a TWIA policy. Currently, TWIA does not have express authority to limit an agent's ability to transact business with them in the event of an audit noncompliance or other inappropriate acts in connection with the agent's work on behalf of their clients. The Texas Fair Plan Association already has this authority to put standards in place for agents who sell their policies. This bill will allow TWIA to take similar action. Holding agents accountable to specific standards will help improve operational efficiency and ensure that policyholders' best interests are served. With us here today, we have Reagan Elmer with the Independent Insurance Agents of Texas to speak in favor of the bill. I believe that we also have a TWIA representative here as a resource witness to answer any questions you may have. So with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully request the right to close.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Representative Perez? Hearing none, we'll begin taking testimony. Chair calls Reagan Elmer. Again, Mr. Reagan Elmer, Director of Government Affairs, Independent Insurance Agents in Texas, and you are for the bill?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Representative Perez did a great job laying this bill out as well. Another TWIA recommendation that really is geared to help TWIA and agents together. In short, as Representative Perez pointed out, if you're licensed to sell property and casualty insurance in the state of Texas, you can sell a TWIA policy. It doesn't matter how familiar you are or not with TWIA. So this would create a base level of standards that insurance agents would have to adhere to sell a TWIA policy. Again, like the last bill, lather, rinse, repeat, you have all signed on as joint authors and co-authors on this piece of legislation, so I don't know how long I need to really ramble on a bill that you all support, given that it's already after 4.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Members, any need for the resource witness? Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3821? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Perez to close on House Bill 3821.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, thank you for your time, and I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. And with that, Madam Chair, I close.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Representative Perez? Okay. If there is no objection, House Bill 3821 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3821 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4194. Chair lays out a complete committee substitute and recognizes Representative Perez to explain the bill.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 4194 before you today. HB 4194 seeks to impose deadlines under an appraisal process to make evaluating a property loss claim more streamlined and efficient for both the policyholder and the insurance company. When parties cannot agree on the value of a covered property damage claim, a policyholder may seek recourse through the appraisal process to help resolve a dispute. The appraisal process is intended to be an alternative to litigation, therefore should be more expeditious and less expensive. Concerns have been raised that the appraisal process is not working as it should, and in some cases drags out the time frame that a claim should be reasonably be resolved. Delays can last months or years, depending on the amount of the dispute. As such, HB 4194 provides for a simple and fair procedure for the selection of the umpire and sets forth statutory timelines for certain portions of the appraisal process. Madam Chair, I have a committee substitute. The committee substitute applies the bill to all types of insurance policies, including admitted and surplus line carriers. It also prohibits a policyholder or insurer from demanding an appraisal after a lawsuit is filed and has been answered. Additionally, the committee substitute directs the umpire to focus on mediating the remaining disputed amounts between the appraisals. And finally, it allows for an extension of deadlines in the event of a weather-related catastrophe. One additional change that we plan to make is to limit the applicability of the bill to residential property or casualty insurance policies. It will not apply to commercial property policies. We're working collaboratively with stakeholders to make adjustments, and we'll hopefully come back with something that is fair and works for everyone. With us here today, we have Jim Beneke with Tapia to speak in favor of the bill and answer any questions you may have. So with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully request the right to close.
Thank you, Representative Perez. Members, any questions of Representative Perez? Hearing none, we'll reserve your right to close and begin taking witness testimony. The chair calls Jay Thompson. And Mr. Jay Thompson with a fact, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. My name is Jay Thompson. We're neutral on the bill. We appreciate your staff working with us. Just a couple of comments. We'll get some other language on it. The selection of the umpire. Most policies in the past required a district judge in the county where the property was located to select the umpire. We have found with experience over time that not all district judges are good about the appointment of umpires. Some require the filing of a lawsuit. Some carriers have used either the American Arbitration Association or JAMS to select an umpire. I think it's important that the umpire be unbiased and qualified. We would like the ability to use those other type of mechanisms. I've had cases where, actually had a case over in a rural area where we had a horse trailer, couldn't agree, so both parties agreed to appraisal. They couldn't agree, so we asked a court to select an umpire, and he said, I don't know any. So I think these type of situations where companies handle that in a policy can be done. The other thing that I would mention on the deal, a number of companies have appraisal is intended to avoid litigation to determine the amount of the loss so you don't go to litigation. So we support generally these timelines, and once a case goes to suit, you shouldn't invoke that. We have gotten approval on forms that require appraisal as a condition precedent to loss. We'd like to make sure that that ability is maintained so that the parties can agree, at least that is done. And the last thing I would mention is just the binding nature on it. Certainly don't oppose necessarily that, but sometimes there's still coverage disputes. Appraisal does not resolve coverage disputes. It's just the amount of the loss. And so I think either side would want to reserve their right if they need to litigate, if there's coverage, if there's a coverage dispute. So I will have additional comments to you on this draft. Thank you for it, and I appreciate the opportunity to present this to the committee.
We appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here, Jay. And
Thank you.
Make sure you get your walk-up music to Scott by the adjournment time.
You know, I was reading about that. It's mostly baseball players and that have walk-up music.
It is mostly.
I play mostly tennis and golf. And
well,
the type of music that I would expect for walk-up
can't really help you with that.
Not be good.
No, I don't think they allow walk-up music at the Masters. You're wrong. All right. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Carlos Perez. Oh, okay. I have you as Carlos Perez, and you are here testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
please share your testimony with us.
Good evening, everybody. Representative Perez, thank you for presenting this bill. My name is Carlos Perez. I'm from Sugar Land, and I'm supporting Bill 4194. Professionally, I'm a real estate broker. On chair of case, I sit on the board of Child Advocates, and I am also vice president of the National Exchange Club, which is an organization for child abuse prevention. Over 20 years, I have been holding policy with Allstate Insurance. And unfortunately, I had a car accident where one of my cars was totaled, and I received a letter from Allstate stating that they were going to give me $12,700 for a car that I thought it was worth at least $15,000. When I called them and I tried to settle with them, request information about how come they came with this number, they sent me a list of vehicles with values that I could not verify anywhere where they say they were getting this information. I went on and I did my own research, and I found about 7 or 8 vehicles in the area where I live, similar to my car, provide VIN numbers, provide dealership information to Allstate so they can verify my numbers, and they still deny it. They say that their numbers were ultimate and I couldn't do anything about it. I kept requesting a different adjuster. They passed me to a different adjuster, same story, same waste of time. It was about 3 weeks going back and forward with this, and they would not budge. I was only asking them for about $1,800 more. They will not give anything. Luckily, I was able to seek the services of a third-party adjuster. And when these 2 people saw my case, they said, absolutely, we'd take it. They went on, and a few weeks later, I got a settlement, not for the $1,400 extra that I was looking, but for $2,500. So thank you again for presenting this, because this is my story, and if this is not policy in place, I think insurance companies are going to keep abusing the system. I felt totally insulted by the numbers, specifically when they say they could not provide me any actual numbers that I can verify. I had to take their words for it, and that was it. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
Members, any questions for Mr. Perez? Sir, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
The chair calls, who do we want next? Chair calls Mr. John Schnauz. I have you as John Schnauz, representing the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, and you are neutral on the bill.
Correct.
All right, please share your testimony.
Thank you. Representative Perez, thank you for your staff's time yesterday on this bill. I've also sent them some language that I hope we can talk about some more. Short version is, committee obviously heard a similar bill last week. We think this bill is a much better start. We do have some specific sort of considerations that we would like for the committee to think about and for you to think about in bringing the bill forward. The main one is we want the requirements in the statute to really just be that there needs to be an appraisal process and then lay down some general parameters, but not to try to turn the statute into a form appraisal clause, because we think that's going to get unwieldy pretty quickly. I can go through some of the other specifics, but in light of what the committee has done so far and still has to do today, I will only do that if there are questions, but look forward to continuing to work with you on it.
All right, members, any questions for Mr. Schnauz? John, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. This time, the chair calls Mr. Beeman Floyd. I have you as Beeman Floyd, registered here to testify on behalf of Texas Coalition for Affordable Insurance Solutions, and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Just echo the compliments to Representative Perez's office. It's been a good work table. In there, we've been able to exchange language and have a really good conversation about this issue, and look forward to keeping working.
Awesome. Wow. That's you're getting a lot of praise here. I like that. Very good. All right. Any questions for Mr. Floyd? All right. Very good. Thank you, sir. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Ware Wendell.
Down to 3 hours now.
I have you as Ware Wendell, Executive Director, Texas Watch, testifying on behalf of Texas Watch, and you are for the bill.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Please share your testimony.
Thank you. You all will recall that this is the top recommendation of OPIC this session. We need appraisal reform given issues that are developing rapidly in the marketplace right now. TDI has also highlighted this issue in their biennial report to you. And so we thank you, Representative Perez, for stepping forward on this important consumer issue. I want to focus my remarks on the need for appraisal in the automobile insurance space, because consumers don't have very many rights or real options if they have an issue on an auto property damage claim. Not a lot of attorneys will take those cases, and so you're left with trying to pursue your rights through small claims court on your own. That's very complex, takes a lot of time. It's very important that you hear from real people like Mr. Perez, and we so appreciate him making the trip early this morning. I have a number of other stories for you here. You have Michelle Shaw from Longview, Texas. Appraisal helped her on her auto claim to the tune of nearly $3,000. The Papp family in Mansfield, it helped them recover more than $6,000. Sean Pan's story from Houston shows you what happens when appraisal is not available to someone with an auto claim. He's a State Farm insured, and as you will recall again, State Farm has pulled appraisal out of their policy for repair claims. And then we have the Frazier family as well from Garland. Appraisal, look at this. The insurance offer was $13,900. When this matter went through appraisal, the award was $25,000, a difference of $11,000. The insurance company was off by a factor of nearly 100%. So that's why it's so important that auto policyholders have this right. You will recall our study. We looked at over 1,200 auto claims. The average difference between the appraisal award and the insurance offer for repair claims was over $5,300, over $3,800 on total loss claims. I will say this, Mr. Thompson and I have shared this microphone for many decades at this point. Jay has retained his hair through those years while I have not. But I want to say to you all that I agree with him. If there is a matter that should go to litigation, like a coverage dispute, that needs to be retained. But if it's simply a matter of the amount of loss, that's the proper scope of appraisal. So Jay, I agree with you. This doesn't happen very often, but it's happening right now. Write it down, memorialize it, timestamp it, Mr. Crownover. But with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. And I would have to say that I think you can't say that you've lost all your hair with a beard like that.
I'm compensating.
That's very impressive. I have two teenage boys at home who think they're capable of, they just got a little peach fuzz there. You've got like a full-on,
It's complete compensation, Mr. Chairman. I promise.
So it just migrated south. Is
yes,
Gravity
most definitely.
All right. We appreciate your testimony, Ware, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Reagan Elmer.
Are you humming in your head the Batman tune? Just kidding.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yours is the Batman tune.
What was the reason for the whole walk-up music?
Batman. I have you as Reagan Elmer. You are here on behalf of the Independent Insurance Agents of Texas, and you are for the bill.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
share your testimony.
Committee members, thank you, Representative Perez, for filing this bill. as agents in the process, we share in a relationship with the carrier and with the customer. More times than not, we're on the consumer's side of insurance claims. We get calls from our customers often, and in general, we support appraisals. Y'all have had a long day, so I'm going to keep this very short. I'm going to go try to knock the clock off the wall again and compare my hair with Mr. Wendell's, and I'm here for questions.
Okay. Questions, members? I notice you're too clean shaven there, so.
I can't, it's itchy.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Well, we thank you for your testimony. No. Yeah, there you go. At this time, the chair calls Mr. John Woodley. And John, I have you listed as John Woodley, Advocates for Disability Access, and yourself, that you're testifying for both of those, and that you are neutral on the bill. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Please share your testimony with us.
So I'm John Woodley with Advocates for Disability Access, and I do have some concerns with the bill when it comes to people with disabilities and people on limited income. They may not be able to afford an appraisal, a third-party appraisal. They may not be able to afford the umpires that's listed in here. And a lot of insurance companies are failing to pay their claims or return the vehicle to a pre-loss condition. Rented insurance would, I suffered from the winter damage and they still haven't paid. So, and we don't see any recourses because nobody seems to have resources to assist us when we don't have money to pay for an attorney. So.
Okay.
Okay.
We appreciate your testimony, John. Members, are there any questions for Mr. Woodley?
No, Mr. Woodley, I would like to say point well taken. I will keep that in mind.
We thank you for coming here today and sharing your testimony. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Jim Beneke. I have you listed as Jim Beneke. You are representing the Texas Association of Public Insurance Adjusters and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, I am.
All right, please share your testimony.
Chairman, members, good to see you. I am the chairman of Government Relations Committee for TAPIA, and we are in favor of the bill. The 1943 New York Standard Fire Policy was the foundation for property insurance contracts written all over the country, and still provides a framework for today's modern policies. It provides for an appraisal when there is a dispute over the amount of the loss. Each side picks an appraiser, and the two appraisers pick an umpire. The three of them work together, presumably, to resolve the dispute with an award signed by at least two of them, establishing the amount of the loss. Sounds simple. Appraisal was intended to be fast, an inexpensive way to resolve disputes. Take a breath. Until the early 2000s, it was rarely used in Texas. But following a series of hurricanes and hailstorms, a cottage industry emerged. Appraisal today is anything but fast and inexpensive. It has become the Wild West of the insurance industry to a point where some carriers are beginning to exclude the process from their policies. In those cases, policyholders are left with no other option but to hire a lawyer. Most won't, and often end up settling their claims for less than they may be entitled to. TAPIA believes that appraisal should be part of all insurance policies covering real and personal property in Texas. Rather than do away with it, we believe it can be salvaged by adding some guardrails and timeframes. House Bill 4194 is a great start to getting things under control. It provides for a simple and fair procedure for selecting an umpire if the parties can't agree on one, and for a reasonable timeframes including some extensions to complete the appraisal. It clarifies and protects the legal rights of both the insured and the insurer, assuring that neither party can use the procedure as a weapon to delay the claim settlement process or the legal process. TAPIA thanks Representative Perez for taking on this most important issue and stands ready to work with the other stakeholders here today to improve appraisals in Texas. Let's make certain that appraisal remains a viable part of all property insurance policies sold in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Members, any questions for Mr. Beneke? Appreciate you being here. Thanks for sharing your testimony. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Jeff Reisner. Okay. I have you as Jeff Reisner. You are representing yourself, and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes,
All right, please
that's
share your
correct.
testimony.
I am an attorney. I represent policyholders in first-party insurance recovery matters. I do that throughout the state and other states and multiple federal districts. I've had a good deal of experience with the appraisal process and how it interacts with other Texas laws, other dispute resolution mechanisms. To echo something that Mr. Beneke said, the appraisal process is in need of some reform in Texas. It has become the Wild West. Some of the provisions that I very much support in this bill will make some very important, from a practitioner standpoint, changes. The prohibition on forum shopping, going to a judge hundreds of miles away to select a particular umpire, is a practice that should not continue. Similarly, requiring appraisal to be invoked either prior to a lawsuit or at the time of an answer will prevent undue delay down the road in litigation. All of those things are very helpful and very important things. I am neutral on the bill because I have some concerns specifically about how this bill would interact with the Prompt Payment of Claims Act. Let me explain. Under this bill, as I read the timeframes, it sets out what appears to be about a 7.5-month, 220-day on the outside appraisal process. The Prompt Payment of Claims Act, on the other hand, provides for a much shorter time period in which a claim must be resolved. My concern is that the bill could be read to provide some type of exception or different set of timeframes for the appraisal process than would otherwise be allowed under the Prompt Payment of Claims Act. That will not help policy holders and will not help resolve claims quickly. Here's the basis for my concern. I was lead counsel for Barber Technologies in that case before the Texas Supreme Court in 2019. I've also been counsel for Amicus on follow-on cases such as Hennehose versus State Farm. In those cases, the Texas Supreme Court was very careful to explain that the appraisal process is not an exception to the Prompt Payment of Claims Act. It does not extend the deadlines in the Prompt Payment of Claims Act, and that these timelines should operate as separate timelines. There should not be any type of holiday or exception or delay in the Prompt Payment of Claims Act to complete the appraisal process. And I think that's a simple fix in the statute. We look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Hang on, Jeff. We got some questions for you here. Vice Chair Johnson.
Not a question. I just wanted to thank you for coming up and adding your expertise and input on the bill. So thanks for driving up.
Happy to be here and appreciate you.
All right. Members, any other questions for Mr. Reisner? Thank you for being here today, Jeff. Appreciate you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4194? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Perez to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say thank you very much to everyone who testified, because I honestly do love hearing the feedback. I am in total agreement that Texas does need some type of appraisal reform. So we've started kind of like this block that we've been adding to. I've asked many experts to come to my office to try to, I think there's an answer for everything. Okay, we just need to build it and make sure, get the expertise from the experts. And I am far from the expert, just saying. But just to get their answers, and let's work together to get a great appraisal reform bill done. Texas needs it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I close.
Sounds like you're well on your way to an excellent bill already, and I have to commend you for working on this issue and for, I mean, I saw a lot of neutrals and a lot of fours, and I just want to commend you for your work on this issue. So, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to House Bill 4194. If there is no objection, House Bill 4194 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 4194 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 287. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute. And the chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain her bill.
Thank you, Chairman and committee. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about House Bill 287, which relates to replacement costs of damaged property under a residential property under insurance policy. Residential insurance companies often require a policyholder to make or pay for a portion of repairs to a home before receiving the full reimbursement cost for repairs, which creates an undue burden on the homeowner. House Bill 287 would require a homeowner's, renters, or condo owner's policy that includes replacement cost coverage to provide an initial payment of at least 80% of the estimated cost of repair or replacement for a valid claim to the insured property minus the applicable deductible. Texas already has some of the highest rates of home insurance in the country, and Texans deserve to have access to the insurance that they've already paid for. This legislation was voted favorably out of this committee and out of the House last session, but just did not make it through the Senate before the session ended. I appreciate your time today, and I believe we have a few witnesses here. I will reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Johnson? All right, we'll reserve your right to close. The chair calls Mr. Jay Thompson. I show you registered as Jay Thompson, representing AFACT, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, please share your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members, Representative Johnson, we worked with her last session. This bill was much better than the bill as filed last session. I think the main issue we have is the question of whether we need this legislation in Texas. Other states that have done replacement cost has not made it easier for consumers or insurers. And the 80% number, as my understanding last year, was kind of a number that was thrown out. I think I've suggested maybe the average replacement cost is either 50% of the estimated cost to repair or the greater of 50% or the actual cash value less the depreciation. And as an example, a new home, brand new roof, there's not going to be much depreciation there. They would get more to replace that than they would, and the 80% seems a little high and may not encourage some of the repairs. So those are the only concerns we have. I think may have sent that language last year, Ms. Johnson. I'll send it back to your office to look at, and we appreciate you working with us. You happy to answer any questions?
Members, any questions for Mr. Thompson? Okay, Jay, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Mr. John Schnauz. I show you registered as John Schnauz, testifying on behalf of the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, and you are against the bill.
Correct.
All right, please share your testimony.
Thank you. Some of this will sound familiar because Representative Johnson said it was the same bill last session, or a version of this was what the committee ended up passing out. I guess just a few brief points. This bill would make Texas a fairly extreme outlier in terms of how replacement cost payments are made. The way that generally happens now is there is an upfront payment of the depreciated value, or what you hear people refer to as actual cash value, and the balance as repairs are actually made. I will say that's not entirely arbitrary if you think about it, because the policyholder then upfront is being paid the value of what they had. the depreciated value. Even if they never make any repairs, that sort of makes sense because that's what they were due. That's what they were indemnified for under the policy. Most states, I will say, don't address this issue specifically at all. Those few that do limit it to certain kinds of losses and limit it to certain kinds of coverages. And I can go into more detail on that if the committee would like. One other point that I didn't get to make last session because I didn't know it when I testified on the bill. People sometimes ask, has any other state ever done anything like this? It turns out the answer actually is yes. The state of Florida in 2005 passed a bill requiring upfront payment for repairs. And they ended up repealing it. I have a long quote here from a description the Insurance Information Institute did that I'll read if anybody wants it. But essentially what they found happened was when you made the value of the payment be based on an upfront repair estimate, in a lot of cases you got inflated repair estimates and then work wasn't done. And so Florida has a long history of doing things and then repealing them, and this was one of those. They repealed it in 2011, and other than the few examples I mentioned, most states have not gone down a similar road since. So happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I will stop there.
Members, any questions for Mr. Schnauz? Okay, we appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here. At this time, the chair calls Mr. Ware Wendell. I have you as Ware Wendell. You are representing Texas Watch, and you are for the bill.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Johnson, and thank you to your joint author, Chairman Todd Hunter, for bringing this very important legislation that will help consumers who have paid more to receive more coverage. Sophisticated consumers purchase replacement cost coverage, and then the way this works in practice is you have a loss, and that loss is adjusted, and the check that you get from your insurance company is not replacement cost coverage in the first step. It's actually actual cost value, or actual cash value. So now you have to come out of pocket to complete your repairs. What your legislation does, Representative Johnson, is it gets more money to the consumer, honoring the promise and the premium that was paid. And so it allows them to hire good contractors to do good repairs. It's good for the consumer. It's good for the banks who are holding the note to make sure that these properties are repaired fully, that their collateral is protected. It's great public policy. It did pass this committee with overwhelming support. It passed the House with overwhelming support, and we would love for the House to get it over to the Senate as fast as possible to give them the opportunity to do their job and protect consumers. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ware.
Thank you.
Members, anybody got any questions for Ware? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair calls Reagan Elmer the Batman. All right, we have you as Reagan Elmer. You're for the bill, and you're speaking on behalf of Independent Insurance Agents of Texas.
The Independent Insurance Agents of Texas, yes, Representative Paul. Thank you, representatives, for allowing me to come and testify before this bill. We testified in support of this bill in the previous session as well. A lot of the discussion so far has been about repairing your property if it's damaged. Nobody's really talked about replacing the items that are also lost in a disaster, fire, catastrophe, whatever. The easiest explanation or example would be if in a flood or in a fire, you've got to replace 4 TVs. And the only way to get any of that with a replacement cost policy in the scenario that you've described is to literally go out and put it on your credit card and then show the receipt to get your repairs back. You know, I know a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck, and credit cards get maxed out for all kinds of other reasons. And then to add one more thing onto that, just, you know, exacerbates what could already be a problem that you're already out of loss. So from an agent standpoint, more money more quickly into the hands of the policyholders that have suffered the loss is our position, and we support the bill.
Thank you.
All right, members, anybody got any questions for the Batman? All right, thank you, Reagan.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Paul.
The chair calls John Woodley. Mr. Woodley, we show that you're John Woodley. You're representing the Advocates for Disability Access and yourself, and you're neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
So I like the bill, but I do still have concerns when it comes to people with disability. When they're making a claim, they need reasonable accommodation. So they may not be able to lift very much or move very much to examine the item in the way the insurance company needs, so they may need a reasonable accommodation request to have somebody sent out to examine the damages. Some people with disabilities may be homebound or bedbound as well. So insurance companies tend to ignore reasonable accommodation requests. So in my case, for example, I suffered from the winter weather damage. The landlord refused to fix the unit. They failed the housing quality inspection. They retaliated by non-renewing and terminating our lease. But meanwhile, we're working with insurance companies to try to find an alternate place to stay. We requested the ability to relocate to another unit on the property that the landlord owns or manages, another property they don't own or manage, or get us into a house. The hotels were not an option because we needed, because of COVID, and plus a lot of them also suffered from damages. And there was a lot of, it took the fire department 2 hours to get out there when the fire sprinkler system broke in the third floor attic. Even after the water was turned off, it's still coming down from all 3 floors. And we were on the first floor. So it destroyed everything in the unit. We had 100% humidity for a week. So all the electronics are basically gone. The landlord did not pay to replace anything at all. And they did not provide accommodation to come out to assist us with going through things. When it came to, they kept trying to use Airbnb to get us to another place, but Airbnb, none of them were accessible. They didn't have grab bars, they didn't have walk-in showers. So those were additional barriers. Plus, they tried to send us to Fort Worth, 200 miles away from Austin. And they tend to use third parties to do the claim process and for helping us relocate. So as of today, all my things are destroyed and I'm homeless. So we need to find a way to hold the insurance companies liable when the state bar, the Department of Insurance, will not assist the insured with their claim.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. That's it. Does anyone else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 287? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Rep. Johnson to close on HB 287.
Thank you. Members, this is basically, this doesn't ever affect the value of the claim. It just affects the timing, and it gives insureds pay extra premium for replacement cost coverage, and this allows them to take benefits, the advantage of benefits that they're paying for. So with that, I close.
Thank you. Members, do you have anything else to add? Chair withdraws the committee's substitute. There is no objection. House Bill 287 will be left pending. Hearing none, 287 will be left pending. What's next?
No, do the JM ones. They should be,
Does Tom have to lay them out?
yeah.
Oh, there it is. The chair lays out HB 3310 and recognizes Chairman Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Paul and members. House Bill 3310 is a bill that allows the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association to establish deadlines for their claim appraisal process. This is legislation that was written based on the biannual report to the 88th Texas Legislature compiled by the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association. House Bill 3310 amends Section 2210.574 of the Texas Insurance Code to add language allowing the Commissioner of Insurance to adopt rules establishing the period in which appraisals must be completed. Completed an appraisal timely and/or in a timely manner requires the parties involved to agree to extend the duration of an appraisal is also something that will benefit both policyholders and the association. Currently, members, there actually is no deadline for the claim appraisal process, and so this is, we believe, a simple change in law that will greatly benefit both policyholders and the association and lead to the timelier resolution of disputes. And I'll take any questions, members, or reserve my right to close.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? All right, thanks a lot. And then you reserve the right to close.
Yes,
sir. Well, you got no witnesses. Come right back. All right. Does anyone else wish to testify on, for, or against HB 3310? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Lozano to close on HB 3310. So I got something in my throat.
Thank you. Members, unless there are any questions, I close.
Thank you, sir. Members, do you have anything else to add? If there's no objection, House Bill 3310 will be left pending. Hearing none, HB 3310 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3311 and recognizes Chair Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Representative Paul and members. House Bill 3311 is a cleanup bill. And it's actually cleaning up an out-of-date section of the statute related to TWIA. Also, another recommendation given to us by TWIA in the biennial report to the 88th Legislature. Section 2210-204, subsection F of the Insurance Code requires that one or more of those insurance industry positions become vacant. TWIA should gather nominations from the member insurance companies to submit to the insurance. The slate of nominees submitted to the commissioner must include at least 3 more nominees than the number of vacancies. In recent years, member insurers have routinely been unable to provide enough nominees to complete the required slate. Additionally, the commissioner is not required to choose from the slate provided by the member companies. So this bill would remove this outdated and unused provision from the insurance code and make the commissioner's process of filling those vacancies far more efficient. And I'm ready for question, members.
Members, any questions for Representative Lozano? Okay, we'll reserve your right to close, my friend, which I think is now.
Okay.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3311? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Lozano to close on his bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I close, members, unless there are any questions.
All right, very good. We will, if there's no objection, we will leave House Bill 3311 pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3311 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4354. The chair recognizes Representative Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. This bill will enable the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association the ability to administer a mitigation and preparedness program. House Bill 4354 would allow TWIA to promote the fortified building method through a new mitigation and preparedness program. More resilient construction methods can improve both the availability and affordability of insurance coverage and can lead to less community damage, reduce costs of emergency management and disaster recovery resources, and lower insurance losses after a catastrophic event. The fortified standard is set by the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety based on more than 20 years of scientific research and real-world testing. This bill is written to allow TWIA and TDI the flexibility to develop incentives for the most appropriate wind mitigation efforts, such as retrofitting existing construction with upgraded opening protections, roof attachments, and other certified improvements. The program would be subject to approval by the commissioner and funded by up to $500,000 per year from TWIA's Catastrophe Reserve Trust Fund. This proposal was recommended by the TWIA Board of Directors as part of the biennial report process, which sought and considered input from the association stakeholders, including insurance agents, coastal legislators, and local elected officials. And I'm available for questions.
Members, any questions for Representative Lozano? All right, we'll reserve your right to close, which appears to be right now. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4354? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Lozano to close on his bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members, and I close.
Man, I love it. 3 easy, simple TWIA bills. That has never happened in the history of TWIA.
You're right.
And Jay will attest to that fact. And we thank you for being here. If there's no objection, House Bill 4354 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 4354 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3524. The chair lays out a complete committee substitute, and the chair recognizes Vice Chair Ann Johnson to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may proceed from the dais.
You may.
As you stated, there is a complete a committee substitute for this bill, and the issue that this bill is addressing is the current limitation on getting general anesthesia for children with regard to certain dental procedures. Currently, one of the requirements that they are having to wait for is for children to see swollen and infected face or head or acute illness in order to have triggered the coverage from anesthesia. Dental folks and others with regard to children recognize that there are necessary procedures that need that obligation beforehand. And so this bill would specifically require coverage for a child under the age of 13 who have to go under general anesthesia because of a documented physical, mental, or medical reason determined by the individual's physician or by the dentist providing the dental care. And it would also require that they be given anesthesia by a qualified provider. With that, I would reserve the right to close and know that we have a couple of witnesses.
Members, any questions for Vice Chair Johnson? Representative Johnson of Dallas.
Does this also apply to Medicaid patients, especially special needs population? I just remember in hearing lots of testimony about that need for them to be able to have anesthesia for dental care. I just didn't know if your bill applied to that as well.
I don't believe that our bill at this time also requires Medicaid coverage. Let me double check and make sure I'm not misspeaking. Thank you.
How about she'll answer your question in the closing. How about that? Is that good?
Or just later.
All right, okay. Members, any other questions? Okay. We will reserve your right to close. At this time, the chair calls Dr. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice Chair. Yeah.
Actually, Medicaid already does cover this procedure through Medicaid and TRICARE, cover general anesthesia in these cases.
There you go. Perfect. At this time, the chair calls Dr. William Steinhauer. I have you registered as William Steinhauer, testifying on behalf of the Texas Academy of Pediatric Dentists and yourself, and you are for the bill.
That is correct.
All right, please share your testimony with us.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I'm a pediatric dentist, and I'm from San Antonio. In recent years, pediatric dentists have found it extremely difficult to get medical insurance to cover general anesthesia for pediatric dental patients suffering from significant pathology. Dental insurance, or the parents, normally cover the costs of the specific necessary dental procedures. However, medical health insurers normally do not readily cover the anesthesia necessary to safely care for a child until the dental care is deferred long enough to create an acute, potentially life-altering situation. Carriers are resistant, they're even resistant to covering general anesthesia for dental care necessary before organ transplants and cancer therapy. It's just normal for a patient who's undergoing a stem cell transplant or an organ transplant or chemotherapy or something like that. The first thing the cardiologist wants to know is the child dentally healthy? Or the oncologist, before they start chemotherapy, is the child dentally healthy? Because they don't want a dental problem to arise in those months following the medical procedure. And I have some anecdotal stories about how this is handled. It shouldn't happen. Health insurance will pay for anesthesia when a child needs ear tubes, when they need their tonsils removed, but we find it difficult to get insurers to approve payment for the medically necessary anesthesia when a child needs it to have dental treatment completed. The anesthesia is a medical procedure, which most of the time is performed by a physician. This bill simply says that if a medical insurance provider provides coverage for general anesthesia for other medically necessary procedures, it must also cover the anesthesia for dental procedures. In fact, currently, Medicaid, CHIP, TRICARE, and 30 other states require this coverage. Denying coverage for general anesthesia until an emergency arises just prolongs the discomfort and suffering of pediatric patients, creates unnecessary risk, and often results in significant increase in the cost of the care. This also increases the number of visits to the emergency rooms, purely related to deferring the treatment, further burdening an already overwhelmed healthcare system and adding to the costs. I just am so passionate about this particular issue. One of the things, and I practiced for 37 years, and one of the most anxiety-causing situations to occur is when I have a small child with I'm sorry, I'm out of time.
No, you got 15 more seconds until it starts yelling at you.
Okay. To have a small child that needs to have dental treatment provided, that is, the only way to provide that treatment is to do it in a hospital with the child asleep, and they have no coverage. If they're on Medicaid CHIP, like I referenced earlier, they have coverage. A very few commercial insurance companies also provide coverage, but there's a chunk of children right there in the middle, and I'm calling anesthesiologists trying to get them to do a pro bono case or a reduced fee case. I'm talking to my hospital. Will they accept it? You know, if I bring you some other patients, will you, cut this family a break or something like that? It just shouldn't be happening. We're not asking insurance companies to start covering something that they don't cover. They cover general anesthesia for all kinds of procedures already. And we're not taking away their ability to establish medical necessity before accepting that case. They will be able to evaluate it and do it. What this bill will do is not allow them to automatically dismiss the case, the situation, the surgery, the coverage.
Now you're out of
simply because it's a dental procedure. And that's what happens. They don't even look at the child, look at any extenuating circumstances. Oh, it's dental, we don't pay for it.
Okay.
And that needs to stop.
Got it. All right, members, any questions for Dr. Steinhauer? We appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you all
so
very much.
At this time, the chair calls Dr. Nicholas Glesnick, or Glenn, I didn't say that right at all. I'm sorry, Nick.
That's all right.
Nicholas Glenesk?
Yes, sir.
Glenesk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. Sorry. I have you testifying on behalf of the Texas Society of Anesthesiologists and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Dr. Glenesk, if you can share your testimony with us.
Thank you, Doctor. Chairman Oliverson, Vice Chair Ann Johnson, esteemed members of the committee. Again, my name is Dr. Nicholas Glenesk. I'm here today representing the TSA and myself in support of the committee substitute of House Bill 3524. On behalf of our 3,800 members across the state, a big thank you to Representative Ann Johnson for filing this important piece of legislation, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. As we've already heard, pediatric patients are experiencing delays in care due to a lack of coverage of general anesthesia needed for pediatric dental procedures. This lack of coverage is a barrier to care for some of our youngest patients with the most need. Again, House Bill 3524 requires a health benefit plan that already provides coverage for general anesthesia to not exclude from coverage for medically necessary general anesthesia services for pediatric dental patients. It also ensures all qualified anesthesia providers are included in the coverage. House Bill 3524 is needed to ensure pediatric dental patients receive necessary and timely care. This bill will eliminate a current barrier to care and help improve dental services for this vulnerable population while maintaining safe, patient-centered, and physician-led care. The TSA asks for your favorable consideration of House Bill 3524, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Dr. Glenesk, do you do the office-based anesthesia or pediatric dentistry cases?
I do not do them myself.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, I used to do them. And I can tell you that a lot of these kids just can't sit still. And general anesthesia is the only way you're going to deal with whatever amount.
No, and it's definitely the safest option for the children.
It is a very peculiar issue where you can get coverage for anesthesia for a variety of surgeries, but not for dental cases. And in fact, you could get coverage for anesthesia for other major dental surgical procedures. If you broke your jaw and you needed to have your jaw fixed, you could get coverage for that. But for whatever reason, this is one of those weird loopholes. All right, well, we appreciate you being here today. Members, any questions for Dr. Glenesk? Now that I got it, I'm going to say it over and over again. Thank you for being here today, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, the chair calls Mr. Blake Hudson. Have you as Blake Hudson, Texas Association of Health Plans, and you are neutral on the bill. That may be a record for you for the number of neutrals.
Well, that is correct, and we have been working very hard to try to get bills to a place where we can be okay with them. And Representative Johnson and her office did a great job on this bill and giving us the opportunity to work on it and address concerns. We had some concerns around medical necessity, and those were all addressed in the substitute that I think you laid out. So we are neutral on the bill. Happy to take any questions, and just want to say thank you for working with us.
Members, any questions for Mr. Hudson? We appreciate you being here today, sir. I think this is your last bill to testify on, so
yeah, and I'm not going to hang around
next week, okay? All right.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. All right, at this time, the chair calls Mr. Jaime Capello.
Amen. Where's Jaime?
Uh-oh, Mr. Capello is not present.
Oh, my God.
The chair calls Dr. Jerome Heaton. I have you as Dr. Jerome Heaton, and you are here testifying on behalf of the Texas Society of Dental Anesthesiologists and yourself, and you are for the bill.
Correct.
All right, please share your
so I just came from doing 7 surgeries this morning. Came from the office right here, saw 3 kids with autism, a couple with facial swellings. So this is what we do every day. Spent the last 2 weeks in Lubbock, Midland, Odessa. We saw about 50 children. Same thing. And so I know you guys are here late, so the need is there. We actually wanted to ensure that the office-based setting was covered as well, because that does obviously allow us as anesthesiologists to go out to these rural communities and help. And really the gap is Medicaid covers, and not at a great rate, but Medicaid covers, but insurances don't. And so the gap is these middle-class families are left to foot the bill because whatever dental benefits they do have are eaten up by dental treatment. What's left is they're covering the anesthesia out of pocket. And this allows, that to take place in an office setting as well as in surgical centers and hospitals, and still get that coverage for these middle-class families need. Just by dentist anesthesiologists, we are also a big part of this and can be a big part of that solution. We receive 3 years of training after our dental school in anesthesia in hospitals and in office-based settings. So we are for that bill, and we think this will really, really help the children of Texas.
Members, any questions for Dr. Heaton? Doctor, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3524? If not, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Ann Johnson to close on her bill.
I want to thank everybody for coming to testify, and I close.
The chair withdraws the committee substitute. If there is no objection, House Bill 3524 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 3524 will be left pending. All right. Last but certainly not least,
The chair lays out House Bill 1588. Chair lays out a complete committee substitute. The chair recognizes Chairman Alston to explain the bill.
thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss the committee substitute for House Bill 1588. Members, the issue that House Bill 1588 was designed to address is, with respect to TWIA's current funding mechanisms, a strong belief by myself and many of the stakeholders that the current funding mechanism, which places a heavy reliance on selling public debt in order to pay insurance claims, is neither prudent nor sustainable. And as we learned the hard way with Hurricane Ike, leads to decades-long situations where TWIA ends up having to expend assessment dollars instead of building up the CRTF and paying claims, ends up just having to pay off debt and service debt. And so really it's a very long and meaty bill, but I think a big part of it is essentially sort of laying out some of these beliefs and facts of the legislature, that the mechanism by which we have used to fund TWIA's operations, particularly the claim side, is just not a good long-term strategy, and we seek to do better. We had originally filed a bill that would have used money essentially appropriated from the General Appropriations Act, upwards of potentially even $1 billion, to fully fund the CRTF so that TWIA could essentially stand full independently, be able to handle, even an Ike or Hurricane Harvey level event, and at the same time would give us the confidence that eliminating the debt finance piece of paying claims, that would no longer be needed. When those plans sort of evaporated, because obviously $1 billion is a lot for one bill, unless it has tax relief or education finance on it, we came up with an alternative strategy, and that is that it turns out that the comptroller has the authority to make loans out of the the rainy day fund at an interest rate which would be far below what TWIA would be able to sell debt for in a bond type situation. And so we would propose to essentially change that layer of the funding formula for TWIA to remove the ability to sell bonds and replace that with the ability to get a low interest loan from the state, which would be something the state could do, and it would be something that would save TWIA a tremendous amount of money in terms of, when a catastrophic event occurred and the CRTF was essentially depleted or near exhausted, the ability to pay the state back for claims would be at a much lower interest rate and have a much lower total cost to the ratepayers and the policyholders for TWIA. So we think this is a better strategy going forward for financing TWIA. We think that although it's not sort of the most perfectest solution in my little mind, it is a far cry better than what we currently have, and I think sets TWIA up into the next several decades as being much more viable moving forward as an insurance company. I'm sure that there are some good witnesses here. In fact, I know there are who know a lot about this, and I would say even more than I do, who are happy to testify, but I'm happy to take any questions you have, and I'd like to reserve my right to close.
Members, anybody got any questions for Chairman Alderson? All right, not hearing that. We'll proceed to testimony. The chair calls Paul Martin. Paul, we got you down as Paul Martin. You're representing the Reinsurance Association of America, and you're for the bill.
Roger that. Historic day. Reagan knocked the clock off the wall. Ware agrees with Jay. And Chairman Lozano went 3 for 3 on TWIA bills. So it's an honor to be part of this historic day in House Insurance.
And don't forget that Blake Hudson set a record for the most number of bills testified neutral on.
Historic day. Just happy to be here. Members, we're for the bill. I have not seen the committee substitute. We're for that as well. The only thing we would change, and I don't know if I don't think it made in the substitute. There is a provision in there that requires that TWIA purchase reinsurance to protect $250 million in the CRTF. We would change that shall to something along the lines of shall make best efforts to procure reinsurance on reasonable terms and conditions, give the board a little flexibility depending on what's going on in the reinsurance market. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for Paul? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The chair calls Charles Zahn. Charles, we got you as Charles Zahn. You're for the bill, and you're representing the Port of Corpus Christi and yourself.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
My name is Charlie Zahn. I have the honor of being the chairman of the Port of Corpus Christi. Just a little bit about that entity is that we're the #1 oil export port in the country. We're the #1 revenue by tonnage port in the country. We're the 3rd largest port in the country. And more importantly, we have over 100,000 people that work directly and indirectly with the Port of Corpus Christi. We're also involved in economic development. We've got $60 billion worth of economic development going on in the coastal bend, which means jobs. And as we attract these industries into the coastal bend, the workforce is extremely important. And we've found as we bring these industries in that TWIA and the cost of windstorm insurance has an effect on the type of people that we can get employed in the coastal bend. So this bill is extremely important, not only to the Port of Corpus Christi, but to all ports on the Texas coast that are responsible for 34% of the economic development in the state of Texas. I also represent Chairman Todd Hunter's Coastal Windstorm Task Force, which he appointed years ago to try and help work this issue. I would tell you I've been involved in this issue since Hurricane Ike in 2008. And I met my friend that's going to testify here in a little bit, Beeman Floyd, 15 years ago when we were talking about this issue. I would tell you that Beeman and I never could get along, get even close on resolving this issue. But here in the last 6 months or so, we were able to sit down, he and Jay Thompson and I, and sit down and come up with a methodology to make the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association fair and equitable for everyone that lives and works on the Texas coast. And then we had one other thing that happened, and that's the chairman himself put himself into developing this bill and filing it. And Chairman, we really appreciate your leadership on that. I've been waiting 15 years to look you in the eye and say thank you for that. We know that what this does is 2 things. Number one, as you heard earlier from the chairman, the debt structure that we've had since TWIA was formed just is not sustainable. 12 cents out of every dollar that you collect in premiums from people that have windstorm insurance on the coast went to help pay this debt off. We tried several sessions ago to get TWIA to quit issuing debt, we couldn't do it. I would also say one other thing, Chairman. Not only was the debt a big problem after Hurricane Ike, but so was the attorney's fees that were associated with it. This bill does give us an alternative to make TWIA a sustainable organization, one that can pay the claims in a manner that you would expect them to pay them. It sets up a situation where industry, the insurance industry you're going to hear later, and the consumers are working together along with the chairman to make this a reality. And the nice thing about it is it sets up an assessment process, but only in the event that there's a storm or an event that requires that assessment. And then we, as the chairman laid out, we borrow the funds from the rainy day fund. It has an automatic payback in 3 years, and it has a statewide assessment, which makes it fair and equitable for all of us. So I want to thank you, Chairman, first of all, for your leadership. I want to thank you for your favorable consideration, I hope, of the legislation that's proposed, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you have.
Members, anybody got any questions for Mr. Zahn? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
The chair calls Scott Kibbe. So we got you, Scott Kibbe, representing the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, and you're for the bill.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Our APCIA is in very strong support of House Bill 1588. We believe a vibrant Gulf Coast is vital to the Texas economy, but of course there are difficulties in writing affordable insurance policy in a region where weather creates such a high level of risk. Our members want to actively support solutions to those challenges so that the availability and cost of covering those risks are not an impediment to the region's growth or to the state's economy. I think House Bill 1588 is such a solution. I feel like it creates a workable plan for responding to the next major storm. And it also will increase the confidence of insurers and policyholders that TWIA can have a more stable and sustainable future. So we thank Chairman Oliverson for taking on this issue by introducing and hearing this bill, and we look forward to its passage.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Has anybody got questions? All right, thank you, sir. The chair calls Beeman Floyd. Beeman, we got you as representing, as Beeman Floyd, you're for the bill, and you're representing the Texas Coalition for Affordable Insurance Solutions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I want to send the love back to Charlie Zahn and the Coastal Bend stakeholders. We've been in really great talks since really August of last year, and even a little bit before that, but very substantive talks since August of last year. We think a hallmark of this legislation, Mr. Chairman, as you know, and as you've worked on it with us, is transparency. The costs of this bill are not embedded in arcane, strange functions in TWIA as they have been in the past, but they're just sort of right out there where you can see them in the form of the surcharge mechanism that we're talking about and the layered structure that we're talking about. So it is both a simpler, more elegant concept for TWIA funding and a more effective concept for TWIA funding, we think, in terms of its reactivity to the actual catastrophe and the needs, the financial needs of TWIA. So we're quite excited going forward about this bill. Love working with our stakeholders on the coast, and very appreciative, Mr. Chairman, that you have thrown yourself into this thing head first.
All right. Thank you, Beeman. Anybody got any questions for Mr. Floyd? All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Jay Thompson. Jay, we got you down as Jay Thompson. You're for the bill, and you're for AFACT.
That's correct. There's not a lot to add. I think you've done a great job laying this out, and I appreciate the committee and their staff. It's been a group effort to work on this and try to pivot once we were told that the state couldn't appropriate these monies. But we've actually been working a lot longer on this, getting rid of these public debts, because I think both the companies that are required to be members of TWIA, listening to the policyholders, issuing these bonds is not going to be sustainable. And we've been trying to find ways that creates the least impact, not only on TWIA policyholders, but constituents in your districts that don't have TWIA. And we think that this approach will do that. The importance of this is we started this after COVID, and because of COVID and then the winter storm, the idea of a surcharge we thought politically was not feasible. And we've been lucky that we've gone through 3 summers since Hurricane Harvey with no hurricane that hit the Texas Gulf Coast. We need, if we pass this bill this time, there's provisions in it that would be effective during hurricane season where these loans could be made and repaid. So we've tried to draft this in a way that will take care of the current hurricane season and then next year when we're not in session. So if we don't pass a bill this session, we're going to have to go through this hurricane season next year and then the next summer. So it is vitally important, I think, to the state that we find a way to make TWIA sustainable for the long term. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your efforts and your staff. I think you've got a good bill.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jay, I just want to thank you and everybody that came and testified for not giving up on this project. I know we was very ambitious on our parts to seek out the funding directly from the state, but you know, when that didn't come to fruition, you were undaunted. And remember, you caught me in the hallway and you're like, "Hey, I've got an idea. I think we can still do this." And so a tremendous credit to you for coming up with this mechanism, which I think is infinitely better than the status quo.
Well, I hope so, and I think the controller will look at this. Obviously, you have laws already in place that requires the controller to invest funds, like the rainy day fund and other state funds. So we've amended both sections so the controller can determine. And by using the surcharges as a guarantee, this should be a solid investment for the state where they won't lose any money because it's not being appropriated. I don't think it requires a 2/3 vote. It should be able to be considered by the full House and Senate on a go forward. And hopefully it will be a good way where you can't spend it now, but the controller can invest it and the people from Texas can benefit from it. Will be a good approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Members, anybody got any other questions for Jay? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That looks like it's it. Does anyone else wish to testify on or for or against House Bill 1588? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Alverson to close on House Bill 1588.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I close.
Members, do you have anything else to add? Chair withdraws, committee substitute. If there's no objection, House Bill 1588 will be left pending. Hearing none, House Bill 1588 will be left pending. Chairman.
Okay, members and friends and guests and such, that's 25 bills, and it's not 6 o'clock yet. So I'm going to say that we did our due diligence, hoo-ah, and the Committee on Insurance will stand adjourned subject to the call of the chair.